All right, good evening, everyone. Madam Clerk, at 6 p.m., can you confirm that we have quorum?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chair. Thank you. And through you, I can confirm that we do have quorum currently with 4 members present. At the moment, I see that Councillor Osanik and Councillor Chappelle are not with us just yet, but we can go ahead and get started if you'd like me to, Mr. Chair.
I think we'll give them a moment or two because I know they're planning to attend. So let's wait until 6:05 and see if we have a full complement. If not, we can start at that point. And Madam Clerk, I just received a message from Councillor Osanik who's attempting to get on Zoom. So I'm happy we waited. Perhaps you could reach out to her with a new link. All righty, thanks for everyone's patience. It's about 6:05 now and Councillor Osanik is here with us, which is excellent. Madam Clerk, I'll hand it back to you just to confirm quorum for process sake and any other introduction information that you need to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and through you. Welcome everyone to tonight's meeting. I can confirm that we do have quorum. Currently missing from the committee is Councillor Chappell. Joining us from staff are Paige Agnew, Commissioner of Community Services, Tim Park, Director of Planning Services, James Barr, Manager of Development Approvals, Chris Wicca, Senior Planner. We also have Jennifer Campbell, Director of Heritage Services, Paul McClatchy, Environment Director, Marissa Mascaro, Manager of Transportation Infrastructure, and Karen Santucci, Director of Public Works and Solid Waste. Included this evening is also Michael Dakin, who is a resource planner with the CRCA, and we have 6 agents who are joining us for the application this evening. I will confirm, Mr. Chair, that we do have 128 participants right now joining us in the gallery with already 6 hands raised. So I'll take it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And once again, welcome to everyone. It's great to have a full house tonight, both of staff and members of the public. And we hope that in a few moments, Councillor Chappell can join us and we'll have a full bench of committee. So we'll call to order then officially this public meeting for 2 River Street and 50 Orchard Street. And as many of us know, this is a non-statutory meeting for the tannery proposal that's before us, which means that it's in addition to any of the requirements of the Planning Act, and it adds on to the previous 2 public meetings that we've had, and it comes through a City Council motion that was passed earlier in the year. And I was thinking that it might be wise as chair for me to offer some comments on how I think we could best proceed in a good way, given the volume of correspondence we've received and the number of folks that are with us tonight. Just want to lay out some of the groundworks before I read the notice of collection, which is the more formal document that does the same. So first, I think it's really important to celebrate the fact that this committee has a really long-standing tradition of respect and positivity, even on contentious files. We've found a way to ask questions and otherwise express ourselves with avoiding the temptation to name call or be overtly negative or make insinuations. And I really think it's important, again, as chair, that I'll hold us to that standard tonight. Councillors have a code of conduct as such, and the city actually has guidelines for public participation, which speak to similar things. So respect and positivity are key. Another way of saying it is let's keep it about the policy and not make it personal. Secondly, I think, at least in my view, we're really blessed to have a community that has such an active concern for planning. We're all here, all of us, no matter why we're here. We're all here because we want to be heard in some way in shaping the future of our city. And this is good. And I think that we honor that and make the most of that shared common goodwill by making space for all voices to participate. In my role, that means that I have to be really diligent about timelines. So the applicant will have up to 30 minutes to make their presentation, and then members of the public will have a maximum of 5 minutes each. But as you can imagine, based on the numbers that you heard, 5 minutes times a few hundred participants would be many, many hours. In fact, it might even be pushing into many days. So if either or both groups, public or the applicant, and of course staff, could trim their time, that will be better so more people can be heard tonight. For example, if someone's already said something you wanted to say, feel free to lend support briefly to the position. That's obviously fine, but I hope we avoid any unnecessary repetition or duplication, because planning comments really should be more about the quality than the quantity. And then finally, directly related to that, I think the third thing for now is that we're not at a decision point on this file. And you're going to hear that a number of times formally in the notice of collection, again, probably from myself and from staff, but the reality is no recommendations have been made by the planning staff and no vote will be taken tonight by planning committee. So we're discussing only things that are relevant to the high level potential zoning on what's appropriate for this site from a planning perspective. And I think it's really important, and I encourage us to keep that, our comments and keep our whole conduct here tonight in order by adhering to that fact that there are no final decisions happening and we're talking about planning perspectives. So thank you for indulging me with that. With that in mind, I will read the official notice of collection. And if you're following along at home, it's page 2 of the agenda. And it goes like this. Personal information collected as a result of this public meeting and the process is collected under the authority of the Planning Act and will be used to assist in making a decision on this matter. All names, addresses, opinions, and comments may be collected and may form part of the minutes, which will be available to the public. Questions regarding this collection should be forwarded to the Director of Planning Services, who's Mr. Tim Park and who's in attendance tonight. The purpose of the public meeting is to present planning applications in a public forum and to give the public an opportunity to make representations in respect of the proposal as required by the Planning Act. Though again, I would note this is non-statutory. We're outside of that framework as such because it's a third public meeting. Following presentations by the applicant, the meeting will be open to the public for comments and questions. Persons speaking at the meeting are requested to give their name and address for recording in the minutes. Additionally, interested members of the public can email the city clerk, Ms. Fawcett, who we just heard from, or the assigned planner, Mr. Wicca, if they wish to be notified regarding a particular application, and we will be able to have their emails up for you. And I believe that's appearing on the screen right now, which is excellent. So if you don't wish to speak tonight, but you want to be a part of the process, use these emails to do just that. No decisions are made at a public meeting concerning applications. An exception to this is combined reports, which consolidates public meetings and comprehensive reports, but we're not doing that. So I'll skip to tell you that public meeting reports are provided to inform the public of all relevant information. After the meeting tonight, staff will be considering the comments made by the public and their further review of the application. When this review is complete, a comprehensive report will be prepared making a recommendation for action to this committee. So that's down the road from where we are today. The recommendation is typically to approve with conditions or to deny. The committee then makes a recommendation on the applications to City Council, who has the final say on the applications. Following a council decision, notice will be circulated in accordance with the Planning Act. If a person or public body would otherwise have an ability to appeal the decision of the Council of the Corporation of the City of Kingston to the Ontario Land Tribunal, but the person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the City of Kingston to the emails that you see of the clerk and the planner, that person or public body must do so before the bylaw is passed, or the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision. So with that, we'll hand it to staff to make comment and then to the applicant for their maximum 30-minute presentation.
Through you, Mr. Chair. My name is Chris Wicca. I'm a senior planner with the city. So notice was provided in accordance with the Planning Act as detailed in the public meeting report. A notice has been provided to all 49 owners within 120 meters of the subject property. And notice has also been provided to all the persons who have made written submissions or who have made a presentation previously at a public meeting. So to date, we've received 61 pieces of correspondence via email and 1 phone call regarding this public meeting, as well as 112 previous pieces of correspondence. Now, these are all provided as an exhibit in the report, as well as in Schedule A and as an addendum, which you received earlier. As you referenced as well, this is not a statutory public meeting held under the Planning Act, but it's additional to the 2 previous public meetings that were held, including the initial statutory meeting. The purpose of this meeting is for the applicant to present their revised proposal and for Planning Committee and the public to ask questions and for committee and members of the public to be able to get some responses. So as part of this public meeting, planning staff has also prepared a public meeting report summarizing the proposal. It should be noted, as you mentioned, that no recommendations or decisions are being made this evening regarding the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll look for the hand or the screen to appear of the applicant. Alrighty, excellent. Over to you. 30 minutes.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you to the members of the Planning Committee, members of the public who are attending this evening to hear the presentation and provide comments and ask questions. The team tonight here with me includes Mr. Rob Snetzinger, who's the project ecologist, Mr. Kevin Shipley, who's the environmental consultant overseeing the remediation plan, as well as Latoya Petter, who represents the owner. So we're going to proceed through what I hope will be a fairly concise presentation that will focus on matters of specific concern and interest. It'll differ somewhat from a normal planning committee presentation, which is focuses traditionally more on planning specific requests. So next slide, please. So briefly, an overview, I'll go through a few high-level points about the development, and then we'll jump into things in more detail. So as most are aware, the proposal is for the redevelopment of the former Davis Tannery lands, which is a 30-acre parcel of contaminated lands. The proposal is for approximately 50,000 square feet of commercial, 1,670 residential units, and approximately 10 acres of parks, open space, and natural area. And the applications that were filed include official plan and zoning bylaw amendment and a draft plan of subdivision. Next slide, please. The process that we're currently in commenced in January 2018, so just over 4 years ago. During this time, we've had multiple iterations of the projects proposed, including comprehensive reviews of those in the interim. We've had 3, this being the 3rd public meeting, as well as a number of open houses and stakeholder meetings, in addition to agency consultations, staff consultations, and review by external peer review consultants. Next slide, please. This slide shows the development looking from the from the southeast or southwest. It's a 4-phase development, with each phase consisting of approximately 300 to 500 dwelling units. Next slide, please. So, as I said, each of the phases contains 300 to 500 dwelling units, as well as some ground floor commercial. I will note here that the unit mix has increased somewhat from the previous public meeting in August of last year. So the built form is not proposed to change from what's previously been shown. What's intended is that there would be a flexibility to provide a greater range of unit sizes, including smaller units, which would tend to be more affordable than some of the larger units that were previously proposed across the board. Also has changed is reduction in the parking supply to 1 space per residential unit, as well as an increase in bike and e-bike and e-scooter parking across the development as well. Next slide, please. So the development itself will consist of a mix of units from studios to 3 bedrooms. Tenure will be primarily rental, though there will be some condo units. Parking will include both public and private parking, including approximately half of the parking spaces being electric vehicle ready spaces. There will also be a number of car share spaces, as well as a significant number of bike and e-bike and e-scooter spaces, in excess of one space per residential unit. And next slide, please. With respect to the development footprint and ecological and natural areas, there's proposed to be along the waterfront approximately 2-acre open space block, and then along the northern portion of the site, approximately 7.5-acre open space block, and then a central park, which would serve as a more formal park space for residents. The buildings are set back on an average between 40 and 50 meters, and for the most part, between an average of 40 and 50 meters. There was one portion of the phase 1 building, which is 30 meters setback at the southeast corner. But apart from that, the buildings exceed the setback requirements recommended throughout various documents. Next slide, please. Also included in the proposal is a new home for the Kingston Rowing Club, which provides opportunity for Olympic training, as well as for community recreation. So this is proposed on an existing water lot in front of the development of phase 1. Next slide, please. With respect to the planning policy, we reviewed the application against the policies of the provincial policy statement. and found that the application as proposed is consistent with the intent of the PTS. Next slide, please. Similarly, the official plan amendment has been evaluated against all the policies of the official plan, and we do believe it satisfies the intent and purpose of the official plan as proposed to be amended and achieves the city's land use planning goals on various fronts. Next slide, please. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment would place the site in multiple site-specific zones, residential zones to accommodate the proposed development, as well as open space and environmental protection zones to ensure that the open space areas of the site are properly dealt with and addressed, and that uses are provided in an appropriate manner, controlled in an appropriate manner. Next slide, please. As the site is on the Rideau Canal, which is the UNESCO World Heritage Site, a heritage impact study was completed. It made a number of recommendations, and the HIS has also been peer reviewed, and we are responding to those peer reviews and have provided a development form that satisfies the recommendations of the HIS. Next slide, please. The draft plan of subdivision proposes broadly to create 4 development blocks and then a new public road and 2 open space blocks and 1 central park block. Next slide, please. With respect to climate change, there are a number of ways in which the proposal does respond positively to climate change and the city's declaration of a climate emergency. This includes providing electric vehicle parking across the site, as well as providing car share spaces, opportunities for non-motorized transportation, such as cycling and walking, supportive of public transit usability. There are also opportunities for using solar energy and heating and water reclamation in the building itself, which will also be energy efficient design as required by the code and in excess of the code in certain areas. Next slide, please. There are a number of positive environmental impacts anticipated from the development. This includes the built form, which is high density, and it makes an efficient use of land in the existing developed and serviced area. The construction type is wood construction, which has significantly less greenhouse gas emissions than concrete, for example. The location is in an area that is walkable, and the mix of uses on site would also provide for a complete community, so that the need to drive for every occurrence would be reduced, so that people can get groceries and other necessities on site rather than having to drive off site. Compared to ground-oriented subdivisions, particularly those that are not located in a more urban area such as this, the proposal also reduces land consumption and energy use and reduces greenhouse gas emissions by approximately half in this location with this type of building compared to ground-oriented subdivisions. This, for example, would reduce the need to plant trees to accommodate that greenhouse gas emission by approximately 250,000 new trees. Development also avoids hazards due to flooding and does take into account severe storm events and the potential for higher water levels in the future. Next slide, please. The development also responds to Kingston's climate action plan through a number of ways, including, as I said, reduction of greenhouse gas emissions through a number of facets of the project. Next slide, please. It also reduces greenhouse gas emissions from transportation elements that are a result of the project, including its location and the support for transit and alternate modes of transportation as well. Next slide, please. So at this point, I'll pass the presentation over to Kevin Shipley from XEG, who will speak to the remediation process and follow up.
Yeah, so this slide shows the way the remediation process works in Ontario. This applies to all sites where there's a plan to change the land use from commercial or industrial to a residential. And in that case, there's a legal requirement to file a record of site condition. So whenever you need a record of site condition, this is the process that you need to follow. So just very briefly, at the top, the first step is to complete a phase 1 environmental site assessment. Once that's done, that determines, based on the environmental areas of concern at the site, whether a phase 2 ESA is needed. If a phase 2 is not needed, you can go straight to filing an RSC. But in this case, of course, a phase 2 is needed, so you go and do a phase 2. Once the phase 2 is done, you determine whether there's any contamination that exceeds the site condition standards over on right there. If there isn't, you can file your record of site condition, but if there are exceedances, you can go down and determine whether you're going to do a risk assessment or are you going to do a remediation. If you're going to do a remediation, which is the plan with some phases of this site, then you go to that middle box where it says property is remediated and confirmatory sampling is done. And once you've completed the remediation, you can go to filing your record of site condition. However, if you do a risk assessment, then you would go down to the bottom right where a risk assessment is completed and submitted to the ministry, and then over to the left where the risk assessment now is rigorously reviewed by the ministry, and usually that takes multiple rounds of review in order to get it to the point of approval by the ministry, which is the bottom left there. Once it's approved, you may still need to remediate certain hotspots potentially. And so that would happen there back towards the right there where the property is remediated. And I want to point out there with the red asterisk that sometimes that remediation process requires additional approvals, such as from the CRCA or the Ministry of Natural Resources, in the case, for example, where we're working in a wetland or working along the river shoreline. Then we come to the extreme left there, where after the risk assessment, you have to implement short-term risk management and long-term risk management measures. And then after that, you can file your record of site condition. So that's a bit of a complicated process, but hopefully that gives some understanding. So next slide. So on this site, we did as I said, the first step was the phase 1 environmental site assessment. There are a lot of historic industrial uses that led to considerable contamination, such as the smelter and the Davis Tannery operation. Next slide. And we looked at aerial photos, we looked at historical information, and here's a 1955 aerial photo showing what led to the high degree of contamination on the site through the discharge of effluent from the tannery over towards the northeast and into the wetland area. Next slide. The phase 2 environmental site assessment is one of the most extensive phase 2 ESAs I've been involved in. I think it may be the most extensive phase 2, the most extensively studied site in Kingston. I think it may possibly be that. It's certainly one of the most studied. We did, we and other consultants have done over 70 test pits, 180 boreholes, 60 monitoring wells, 270 soil samples were collected and analyzed, 90 groundwater samples, 140 sediment samples, in excess of those numbers. And you can see the number of different types of contaminants that were analyzed there down at the bottom. Next slide. Now, based on that, the results of the phase 2 ESA were finding that we had that long list of contaminants in the soil, of which the most severe are the metals, including chromium. We found some contamination in the groundwater, but it was much less severe than the contamination in the soil and the contamination in the sediment. In the sediment, we found metals and other contaminants there, and that again was quite severe, similar to the soil. The groundwater, less severe, as I said. Essentially, the amount of material on that site that's contaminated exceeds 20,000 dump truck loads. Next slide. This just gives an idea of the degree of contamination at the site. We have sort of bright red colors representing the severity of the contamination. And you can see the scale there on the top right that we have some contamination on the site, which is 1,000 to 1,600 times the Ministry of the Environment site condition standards. And if you look at the coloration, you can see that probably more than 50% of the site has concentrations that exceed 100 times those standards for different metal contaminants. Next slide. And you can see the impact this has had over the years. This is showing the sediment contamination in the river out to the east of the site. You can see where the dark brown is there. That is the most severe sediment contamination that's been found in the river, and it's immediately offshore from the tannery. So that's an indication that there's been sediment and soil that has moved off the tannery property over the years and is likely still continuing to move off the property and contaminate the river. And the impact of that is potential effects on freshwater aquatic life and also potential risks to humans who are using the river for recreational purposes. Next slide. This is showing the intended method of remediating the site. You can see that in the green, we're going to be capping some areas, and the yellow will be kind of a combination of capping and selective excavation. The blue areas, which are phase 1 and phase 3 of the development, would be full excavation, so essentially a full cleanup of the contamination in those areas, which is more possible for those sections because the soil depth above bedrock is quite a bit less than on the rest of the site. You can see that sort of off to the north there is the boundary of the provincially significant wetland that would be remaining after a portion of the wetland is encapsulated. You can see that the encapsulation there would be the orange area. And the purpose of that is to cover over and encapsulate and prevent from moving into the river the extremely contaminated sediment that is found in that portion of the wetland. Next slide. So remediation approaches we considered were do nothing, or removal of contaminated soil, or placement of capping, as I discussed. The do nothing approach is really not acceptable because we need a record of site condition for this property, and that cannot be obtained without doing something to address the exceedances of the contamination exceedances across the site. A combination of options 2 and 3 was recommended, as you saw in that earlier slide. And in order to implement those, whether it's capping, whether it's encapsulation, whether it's removal of the soil, the vegetation at the site is going to need to be removed. And I want to mention that this remediation is going to take place in a coordinated fashion with the Kingston Inner Harbor cleanup, which is planned in the next number of years. Next slide. So just mentioning a few points about environmental protection practices that will be implemented during and after the remediation. So during construction, there's going to be controls in place to prevent surface water and soil and sediment runoff, such as silt fencing, silt curtains, straw bales, surface grading. Post-construction, the capping and the encapsulation will prevent the movement of those contaminated materials into the river and off the site, and also prevent direct contact by humans and ecological receptors. The capping design is going to vary across the site depending on the situation. And I just want to mention, some people, when they hear capping, they think it's a clay cap. It's not necessarily clay. It's going to be a variety of different soil types. The main purpose of it is essentially to stop people from and animals from coming into contact with the contamination and to stop the contamination from running off site. The severe metals contamination in the wetland on the north part of the property will be encapsulated to prevent ongoing migration into the Introductory River. This is an add-on to the project that was agreed to in consultation with regulatory authorities as the project went along. Next slide. So the potential for off-site impacts is going to be looked at very closely as part of the risk assessment process, and appropriate risk management measures will be developed to address this. All of this is going to be subject to multiple rounds of rigorous review by the Ministry of the Environment. And there's going to be long-term monitoring and maintenance of the risk management measures, which include the capping, the encapsulation, and other things as well. And this long-term monitoring and maintenance is a legal requirement through a mechanism called a certificate of property use. Next slide. Oak tree, this is my last slide. This is oak tree considerations. We looked at this, we looked at ways that perhaps the tree could be saved. It's not feasible based on our review because we need to get a record of site condition. We need to address the contamination. That can be done in one of two ways, either through removal of the contaminated soil or through a risk assessment process. Removal of the soil would kill the tree because it would need to be removed from in around the roots. And the risk assessment would require placing the cap over the rooting area, which according to the certified arborist we consulted would be likely to be fatal to the tree. So either way, it unfortunately is not possible to save the tree. And next slide. And I think passing it over now to Rob Snetzinger to talk about the ecological characteristics.
Thank you, Kevin. My name is Rob Snetzinger. I was the lead investigator for ecological services in the production of the Natural Heritage Environmental Impact Assessment, or EIA, of the Tannery Development Project. This work was guided by the City of Kingston official plan. It is based on methodologies that primarily come from the Ministry of Natural Resources and its later reorganization, Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. The EIA was circulated to the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, now known as NDMNRF, the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, the Cataraqui Conservation Authority for review, and was also peer reviewed by Goldner Associates. The EIA determines whether the natural heritage features defined in the official plan are present and whether they are significant. The methodologies that define this process do not favor significance for sites that have a heavy history of abuse. To identify significant natural features that are recognized are the offshore turtle basking feature and the erosion nutrient attenuation function of that portion of the woodland along the shoreline. In both instances, mitigation and compensation is possible to allow the project to be consistent with the official plan. So, next slide, please. The site has a greater than 100-year history of significant abuse and is currently dominated by non-native and invasive species. This dominant will not change if the site is left alone. Just as an example of current situation, in the top image, we see a dense stand of garlic, the invasive non-native garlic mustard covering the ground cover, overtopped by a canopy of the invasive Manitoba maple. This combination of plants limits biodiversity on the site. In the bottom image, we see piles of asphalt that were dumped on the site, and this pile of asphalt covers an area of approximately 30 meters by 100 meters long. It's just one of many dump sites throughout the site that lessens its ecological potential. In regard to the oak tree that has generated some discussion, there is no mechanism for the recognition of significance in the EIA process for a lone tree such as this one. As such, the loss of this tree will not conflict with the significant natural heritage aspects of the official plan. Next slide, please. Not only was there a lack of amphibian use in the highly contaminated areas of the 2 wetland cells north of the tannery site, but insect use was also very low. Extreme contamination of sediments is likely a significant factor, especially for species that need to burrow into the sediments to overwinter, including frogs, turtles, and insects. Another significant factor is that 2 wetland cells are almost entirely composed of an invasive non-native cattail species that has caused considerable reduction in biodiversity of coastal wetlands in the St. River and the Great Lakes. I supervised the evaluation of the wetland that extends from Kingston Mills to the LaSalle Causeway that conferred provincial status. The 2 wetland cells to the north that are a focus of the XCG work represent about 0.2% of the entire wetland. If I had known of the extent of the contamination in these wetland cells, it is possible they would have been left off the wetland mapping. But at the time, we were unaware of that level of contamination. Next slide, Mark.
Okay, thanks, Rob. So we just have a few slides left. So just
You have 3 minutes left, Mr. Tao. Sorry to interrupt. 3 minutes left.
Okay. Thank you. Your timing lines up with mine. The site is about 30 acres, and at the end of or post-development, approximately 9 acres of those 30 will be naturalized open space that's been remediated and will provide an opportunity for habitat creation. The contaminated wetland that's to be remediated will also be compensated at a 1-to-1 ratio through the creation of new coastal wetland off-site. So approximately 2.4 hectares of new coastal wetland will be created elsewhere through an approval process administered by the Cattaraugus Conservation Authority. Next slide, please. And we'll skip this one and go to the next slide, which I'll now pass it over to close John Armitage to speak to the history of the site.
Thank you. I just want to bring 3 perspectives to the table. One is an engineer, one is a coach, and one is a developer. I was the original consulting engineer on this site for the original developer in 1984. And that picture shows the site that we cleaned up with an environmental certificate of approval from the Ministry of the Environment. I supervised the demolition of the smelter, and it was deposited into cells on site. You go to the next slide. As a coach, I've spent 250 hours a year on that water there for 45 years, so I think I know a little bit about the Inner Harbor. And you can see the approval that we got from City Council in 1984, the zoning for townhouses and for apartments. And on the left, we received approval and we entered into a subdivision agreement with the city in 1985 to build 99 townhouse units there. The original developer ran out of money before the site was fully cleaned up. Next slide. And you'll see that's the remnant from the smelter that's in one of the cells. The clay liner was put in, but the capping was never put on to complete it. Next slide, and the last one. I asked to be a part of this because I think that as a developer in this community for the last 49 years, I really believe that if we're going to propose something, it has to pass the test of the public good, or we shouldn't be allowed to proceed. This one rehabilitates a badly contaminated site.
30 seconds, please.
It meets the city's climate goals. And I think most importantly, we're lucky to have a developer that hasn't walked away from it. Every developer since 1984 has walked away from this development, including the biggest ones in this city and in the province. I urge council to give this its approval because it serves the public good.
Thank you. 5 seconds to spare. So I'm gonna keep you there so we're fair. The time is up. So Madam Clerk, we will call that done for the applicant at this point. For those that have just tuned in, welcome to Planning Committee. We're discussing the Davis Tannery site proposal at the 3rd public meeting. And we will look to staff now to indicate if members of the public wish to speak. And that works like this. Members of the public will have a maximum of 5 minutes. And I will be brutal tonight around interrupting you if you go over 5 minutes, but I'll be fair by giving a 30-second warning for all who wish to speak, or are speaking, I should say. And if you are speaking, please give your full name and address for entry into the minutes and the ability to further participate on this file. So Ms. Fawcett, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. For those who are joining us this evening, please note we do rely on the raise hand function in order for you to be able to participate tonight. This can be located at the bottom of your screen when you move the mouse over your Zoom window. If you're participating on your computer, should you be joining us by phone, you will need to press *9 if you wish to raise your hand for the meeting. So, Mr. Chair, I will note that we have 163 participants at this time, and so we are going to start with Ghislaine Marcotte, and I'm just going to ask Ghislaine to unmute.
And while they do that, I might add one more piece of process context, which is we'll hear from 7 to 8 individuals at a time, and then we will turn over to the applicant or perhaps city staff for the opportunity to answer any questions that have been raised or comment on any of the comments. And we'll continue in that cycle as long as we need to ensure that everyone's heard, because that's why we're here tonight as a public meeting. After that, we'll go to committee, but that's down the road. So over to the public.
Hello, it's Ghislaine Marcotte. I'm at 132 Stevens Street. Do you need any more information? Okay. I didn't know that I would be asked to speak. I was basically just wanting to be a spectator. I did send in a letter to the committee. So I will just pass it on to someone else who wanted to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that self-editing, and that's an invitation for everyone to do tonight, including committee. We'll be brief if we can. So, Madam Clerk, next person.
Mr. Chair, through you, next to speak is Joan Rose.
Do we have you there, Ms. Rose?
I think I just got the unmute. Thank
Perfect.
you very much. I have a few concerns that I'd like to talk about. And the first
I'll just ask you to state your address as well, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, 22 Balmoral Court. Okay. The first one is the safety of the people. I'm very, very concerned about the contaminated site, with, you know, the most seriously contaminated site in all of Kingston. And because of that, also my second point is linked with the contamination, the possibility of contamination being disturbed and possibly leaching into the water, the inner harbor. I would like to start by sharing with you some recent information I got from a person called Seth Logan. He's an engineer, president of Coastal Engineering. He wants to make clear that what he says, he has not seen the tannery site. This is general information about coastal, global warming. Okay, so I'm just going to read his points here. Section 3.1.3 of the 2020 Provincial Policy Statement states that planning authorities shall prepare for the impacts of a changing climate that may increase the risk associated with natural hazards. So although climate change is not included in provincial flood hazard mapping yet, it likely will be near the future. There is certainly a policy requirement from a planning perspective that it should be considered. Next part of his letter. In general terms, coastal and ravine vegetation does provide an important buffer and energy dissipation mechanism for mitigating wave impacts on shoreline. This is both with respect to wave uprush, which contributes to flooding and wave-induced coastal erosion. Vegetation and well-developed root systems are remarkably efficient at mitigating erosion. For these reasons, preserving coastal and riparian vegetation is a great way to maintain the natural resilience of shorelines. With respect to the 100-year flood, 100-year flood level that was provided to you by the CRCA, we were the consultants who recently reanalyzed that level, and it is indeed reflective of historical data up to and including the recent high water periods. What it does not account for is possible long-term changes of lake levels that may result from climate change or future changes in water level regulation policies. Recent analysis we've completed using all available data up to 2020, we know that the 100-year static lake levels on all 4 Canadian Great Lakes have increased since the 1980s. Moreover, recent research not yet published by Environmental and Climate Change Canada has suggested that all Great Lakes will experience a greater range in lake levels in the future as a result of climate change. For example, higher highs and lower lows. So what he's suggesting here is we have to be cognizant of the possibility of flooding because of climate change and the very erratic lake levels. That is something that he really recommends you need to look into because the actual residential areas could be flooded. So that is his part of the information. The other information is that 8.8 tons of carbon dioxide, carbon is removed from 1 hectare per year in 1 hectare.
30 seconds, please.
Okay. The Davis site is about 30 acres, I think. Few saplings need at least 15 years to remove as much carbon dioxide as a forest. So it's 15 years before those remediations will take effect. So we have an urban forest that might have benefits for humans and animals alike. If we disturb it, we have to be very, very careful what we are doing.
Thank you, Mrs. Rose. That's right on 5 minutes. We appreciate your comments.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, who's next?
Mr. Chair, next to speak is James Osler, followed by Joe Atkinson.
Mr. Osler, after you.
Hi, good evening. I didn't have a comment. If you can hear me okay. I just was at the very beginning. I couldn't hear anything at all, but I'm good and enjoying the session. Thank you.
Roger here.
Hi, guys. It's Joe Atkinson, 1518 Sierra, Kingston. Guys, thanks for letting me speak. I think at the end of the day, what we're looking at here is this isn't really a park that we're trying to protect. We're trying to create more density, to John's point, Mr. Armitage, to slow down the urban sprawl. So as we're trying to protect our lands, I think by taking this project on is doing just that. The contaminated lands that we're talking about, again, as John says, how many opportunities do we have to have an individual or company come in and put forth this kind of effort and money to turn this property around? There was that comment with Joan, which talks about the high water levels, which is really interesting because, you know, if the water levels do get higher, our wetlands are going to become, and our waterways are going to become even more contaminated if that happens. So I think it's in our best interest to make sure that we have this land cleaned up before something like that even happens. Not to mention the jobs that it's going to create within the city. the location is perfect, being as close to the downtown core as it is. Again, talking about climate, more public transportation use, less vehicles running the roads. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, who is in the docket? I have 4 people that we've heard from, so we'll go at least 3, perhaps 4 more, and then we'll break for a response.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, next to speak is Rachel Plotkin, followed by Sarah Jingles.
Thanks so much. Can you hear me? Great. My name is Rachel Plotkin. I'm speaking from the David Suzuki Foundation. My address is 179 John Street in Toronto. And I had something prepared about the importance of wetlands, but I'm totally scrapping it. Instead, following on Councillor Kiley's introduction, I would like to address kind of the landscape of the discourse here. I've been an environmentalist for 20 years, a bit more even now, 21. And everything I say, I do say respectfully. I understand that the Development Corporation has put in a lot of research, but I find that there's a level of literacy that's needed to see through some of the things that they said, and that's based on the inclusion or the lack of inclusion of a baseline when making claims. So, a very blatant example is that they had, under a response to climate change, that there's going to be parking lots for electric vehicles. I think all of us, whether we're environmentalists or not, recognize that a parking lot is not a legitimate response to climate change, even if that parking lot supports electric vehicles. We're talking, a lot of the rhetoric is about lowering the amount of vehicles, but we need to always start from the place that we are talking about the conversion of an existing wetland, even though it is contaminated, into another use. I think the point about baselines is that there's always the ability to greenwash something and say that it's good for the environment because it's better than something else. So one example is that oil and gas producers say that their actions are green compared to burning of coal. But if you're starting at the baseline of either leaving the wetland as it is or remediating the wetland, then all of those claims prove false. Another example is that wood construction, that building things out of wood is environmentally sound. It might be in some ways more environmentally sound than something built out of cement, but I'm a boreal forest campaigner, and a lot of the wood that comes from Canada is from the boreal forest, which is home to threatened boreal caribou. I don't feel that the presentation reflected where we are at as a society, and that is it's been a very hard fight to get us to where we are as a society, and that fight is predicated on the fact that currently Ontario has already lost 72% of its wetlands, and where society is now, and it's reflected in our federal government, not our provincial government, but we're trying to halt and reverse the loss of nature. One thing, I've worked on caribou a lot, and one thing that happens is that there's often perverse incentives, which is that we mess something up so badly that we then use it as an excuse to continue degrading the ecological integrity of an area. So for example, a caribou population gets wiped out, so there's only 12 caribou left, and then people say, well, this isn't worth spending money on saving. We might as well go ahead and develop the rest. And I think that that's what's happening here. The fact that we have degraded the wetland and that has been polluted shouldn't be a green light to continue to convert it to other uses. It should be an opportunity for us to take our responsibility as the humans that have messed it up to make commitments to remediate it. And one of the things that the presentation did today was show that there are possible means for remediating the wetland. I want to be really clear that any type of development and conversion of a natural area, even if it's polluted, to buildings is not fighting climate change. It is not advancing the protection of biological diversity. And anything that it claims that it is a form of greenwashing. So I think that there needs to be a more honest conversation about what the baselines are. And then the community can make a decision. But again, I advocate that we have so degraded Southern Ontario. There are so many species that are at risk. We're in the middle of a biodiversity crisis and a climate crisis, and the onus is on us to maintain the nature that we have. And if we've already degraded it, then to restore it instead of using its degraded condition as an excuse to convert it to non-ecological uses. Thank you.
Thank you for being here, Ms. Plotkin, and please wish Mr. Suzuki birthday. Of course, it's his birthday today, as we all know. Next speaker, please.
Hi, yes, my name is Sarah, and I'm currently at 245 Alfred. I'm supposed to be speaking with another person in my club. Her name's Abigail. I don't know what number she is in line. Is she able to go on with me, or should I just do my part by myself?
I'm going to pause your time and ask that to the clerk. It's a technical question that I'm unsure of. Ms. Fawcett, can we have two speakers at once, or are we dividing the time, or do they both get 5 minutes if they're presenting together?
Mr. Chair, if they decide to present together, they would have a combined 5 minutes. If they wish to speak separately, they would each receive 5 minutes to present their ideas. It would be up to the speaker which they would prefer to do.
Alrighty, so you can make that choice. Would you like 5 minutes for yourself at this point, or are you presenting with your partner?
Presenting with my partner, please.
Excellent. So you'll have 5 minutes combined, and you can rotate as you see fit.
Okay, perfect. Her name is Abigail O'Connor.
After you then.
Okay, perfect. So good evening, council and attendees. My name is Sarah, and like I said, I'm on 245 Alfred. So tonight, I just wanted to speak on behalf of Kingston Youth Climate Action, as well as No Clear Cuts Kingston, just to remind the council of the importance of preserving nature here and what that means during the climate crisis. So just to expand on Rachel's point, as we know, trees absorb carbon dioxide while replenishing atmosphere with oxygen. And they protect wildlife, among other things, holding critical significance to the environment. And dangerous clear cutting leads to disturbed soils, wetlands, and the release of their vast carbon stores back into the environment. Additionally, maintaining the soft, natural shoreline helps maintain wildlife habitat, reduce sediment erosion, filter runoff, and protect water quality. Stable shorelines and healthy trees are essential to keeping Kingston healthy and conserving nature for a more sustainable future. I just wanted to mention a recent study that was published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Science found that nature conservation could provide over 1/3 of emissions reductions needed to help keep the average global climate temperature from increasing by 2 degrees. So although this study obviously represents a much larger scale, Kingston should lead by example and conserve what greenery and wildlife are left currently. And I'd like to pass it on to my counterpart, Abby.
Hi, I'm Abigail O'Connor. I'm currently at 258 Albert Street. So among the natural landscape at the tannery site, there is also a provincially significant wetland, as we know, that will be partially paved over by this development. We acknowledge that this wetland requires remediation of contaminants left behind from the tannery, in addition to addressing other intersectional issues, but this is not an excuse to blanket the natural landscape in concrete. Wetlands are crucial for mitigating climate change, as they are known to be the most important terrestrial carbon stocks globally. In addition to this, wetlands fertilize soil, provide habitats for wildlife, and prevent floods, all contributing to a healthy environment. Wetlands are also recognized for their significant role in the hydrologic cycle, of which healthy water systems are essential for environmental and human health. But a 2022 wetland analysis by authors Penfound and Vaz found that 68% of wetlands in Ontario have already been lost since European arrival. So this further emphasizes the significance of protecting the remaining 32% of wetlands in Ontario. The Kingston Climate Leadership Plan also aims to reach carbon neutrality by 2040, with a 15% emission reduction by the end of this year. Yet many trees have already been removed at the intersection of Sydenham Road and Princess Street just recently, and now you want to remove more trees, natural shoreline, and a wetland. How can we expect to achieve the city's climate goals if we keep moving backwards? Killing nature, or ecocide, is a leading cause of the climate crisis worldwide and must be put to an end. As humans, we often forget that we are a part of nature. So by killing nature, we are also slowly killing ourselves. So while development on the tannery lands would increase density and reduce the need for transportation, this does not come close to the magnitude of climate crisis mitigation that will come from preserving the trees, shoreline, and the wetland at the tannery site. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much to you both. So Madam Clerk, because I'm presentation, we'll have one more individual from the, then we'll go to the applicant and city staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, next to speak is Joanna Rivera.
Hi, I'm Joanna. I'm at 272 Eunice Drive. I came out to speak tonight because I'm also in agreement with some of those who have spoken before me about the importance of preserving natural ecosystem and established canopy in the city of Kingston. We recently lost about an acre or 2 acres of established forest that backed up onto our property and the houses along Eunice Drive. And I did prepare a letter, which is deeply personal, and I won't go into the details of it. I'm going to scrap that in the interest of time and just really stick to my concerns related to this site. I really just want to encourage the city of Kingston to not move established ecosystem farther and further away from the places where we live. Having lived on a wooded area for the last few years, I have a 2-year-old who can identify the call of woodpeckers and geese and all sorts of birds. And I worry that if we continue to push nature away from the places we live in the city of Kingston, our children and grandchildren won't have that same opportunity to connect to the land. And I think they will struggle to see the value in stewardship and the climate change, the climate action plans, rather, that we are championing and that the city of Kingston is behind. If we don't have a relationship to the land, the forest, and the wildlife, it will be very difficult to make the responses needed to tackle our climate emergency. It's easier to conserve wetland and urban forest than to regrow it. Forest regeneration and that of wetlands as well can take decades, 30, 40 years, maybe longer, at which point none of us will be in the position of opportunity that we have today. We hope that City Council, this planning committee, will choose to leave a legacy that reaches into the future by changing bylaw to conserve these natural habitats. And we also would like folks that live on private lands to have incentives to conserve. Why not? I wholeheartedly agree that housing is a top priority for the city of Kingston, but affordable housing especially. Please don't destroy the mature canopy that we have to create more unaffordable housing. Help us innovate our development related bylaws to embed more conservation, please. We want to move away from the creation of more harsh, barren cementscapes. We want places to live that are welcoming, health promoting, and full of natural life. It's time to help development catch up and harmonize with our plans for climate action. And that's the end, but one thing that I would also like to add, just specifically related to this site, I know that there are a number of social housing units that are adjacent to this area. And I think what a shame it would be for the young people growing up in that area to not have contact with the wetland and the nature that is currently there. Plans to move or recreate wetland habitat at another location is not going to help the inner city children, children living in Inner Harbor and North Kingston that can't necessarily hop in a vehicle, drive out and pay to access land at Little Cat Conservation Area. They need places that are walkable from the areas where they live, where they can connect with nature and have the conservation experience that I hope is not only important to my family, but to families across the city of Kingston. With that, I'll wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rivera. And you mentioned at the beginning of your talk that you have a letter. So yourself and anyone in the same boat, please feel free, if you would like that as a part of official correspondence, to send it to Ms. Fawcett, who we've seen, the clerk, the chief or the senior planner, Mr. Wicca, or the director of planning, Mr. Park. And their email addresses are their last name, first initial and last name, I should say, and they're available online in the agenda, and they will be posted on the screen later tonight as well. So lots of opportunity to have that submitted should you wish. All right, from here we will look to the applicant to respond to any of the questions or comments raised, and then staff as well. I see Mr. Barr actually popping up right now. Mr. Barr, over to you, and I think you can kind of direct who will take what.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, we do have a number of city staff here as well to answer questions tonight, should that be required. We are going to give the applicant's team the ability to respond first to each of these question periods, and then staff can provide supplementary information should it be required. So I'll hand it over to Patrick Inc. and the representatives first.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so there was a question from Joan, and I want to answer the portion of her question. She's concerned about contamination being disturbed and potentially leaching into the river. The answer to that is really this contamination exists on the site. It's very severe, and we need to look at the existing situation and compare that to what the property is going to be once it's developed. The existing situation poses quite a significant risk. There's contaminated soil close to the surface. There's disturbances here and there around the property. And we have evidence right now that contamination is running off the site into the river. That slide I showed showing the sediment contamination in the river is the evidence that that's been going on for many years. So the current status of the site, including the contaminated sediment, the contaminated soil, poses a risk, an unacceptable risk in my view, as is. So once the site's developed, yes, there will be some disturbance of the soil, but it's all going to be done under controlled conditions. And as I pointed out in my presentation, we'll be having erosion control measures in place, silk fencing, straw bales, surface grading, and ensuring that's not going to run off during construction. And then once the site is completed, as I pointed out, there will be a cap, there will be encapsulation, there will be measures that will be long-term, that will be managed over a period of many years to make sure that cap stays in good condition and so on. So the contamination is going to be managed in a much more controlled and also a highly peer-reviewed manner, and will be much, in my opinion, a much safer site from the point of view of the contaminated soil and sediment than it is currently.
Thanks, Kevin. So I'll answer a few of the others, and I'll answer just, I think, in themes, just in the interest of time. So there are several speakers who spoke to concerns or spoke to support for intensification, but concern that I guess the cost of intensification here being the loss of habitat or loss of the natural heritage on the site outweighs, I guess, the benefits of intensification here. And I guess in response to that, I think there are limited areas, limited sites within the city for intensification and infill. Some of them are, old industrial sites that don't have a lot of vegetation on them yet, but many of them are sites that have never been developed, or in a case like this, sites that were heavily used for a number of years and are now contaminated as a result, and they have not been redeveloped since. And there has been some regrowth of trees and vegetation. And in this particular site, it's, the contamination levels are extremely high. The wetland itself is contaminated and compromised. Itself is not a pristine wetland. The proposal is to replace that wetland with a healthy wetland, coastal wetland. So while there is wetland loss, the loss of the wetland prevents contamination of the rest of the wetland as well as the inner harbor. And that wetland is also replaced with healthy wetlands in a coastal location comparable to this. It also redevelops the site that is, although it's forested, it's a contaminated infill site. All the infill sites, or not many of the infill sites in the city that do get redeveloped, are contaminated. So choosing a contaminated infill site over an uncontaminated infill site would seemingly be a preferred approach than the alternative. So I think that's the choice municipalities face when looking for intensification, when choosing not to sprawl. And even, when you sprawl and avoid sites, perhaps forested sites, you're consuming farmland, you're consuming forested areas, even as you develop outwards. So to accommodate housing, there's not always an opportunity, I think, to avoid areas of natural heritage. And so the goal should be to try to choose sites that have the greatest benefit. And in this particular location, because of the contamination, it would seem to be a good choice from an intensification perspective, coupled with its locational qualities and the opportunity to prevent further damage off-site to the inner harbor and the rest of the wetland. Just one more thing, I guess, with respect to wave action and flood levels. We did review that with the Conservation Authority and looked at, in the context of their updated flood elevation mapping, would that be an issue for the site in terms of future higher water levels of Lake Ontario? And we're able to confirm that the site can be appropriately elevated, or will be appropriately elevated, to avoid flood hazards, even with higher water levels in the future. I think I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I'm just going to direct the next comment to Mike Deacon. He's here with the CRCA today to speak to that flooding and erosion hazard that was a question that was raised.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, James. My name is Michael Dakin. I'm resource planner with Ecological Conservation. First of all, I'd like to say I'm very happy that natural hazards are on the public consciousness right now. It is certainly a timely matter. With that said, Ecological Conservation is the lead for natural hazards review and natural hazards management and avoidance in the province of Ontario, and particular case in the city of Kingston. And we have assessed natural hazards risk, flooding and erosion at this site extensively. Inevitably, all waterfront sites are subject to some level of risk. The risk at this site can be managed, and the development as proposed has been demonstrated to be sufficiently protected from those risks, including factors for climate change, which we have considered. Again, just to reiterate that we're pleased this is part of the discussion, but at the same time, we hope it doesn't become an unnecessary distraction, knowing that the site and the development specifically can be protected from those hazards. I just close by saying we encourage members of the public and other stakeholders to review Ecological Conservation's comments on this file, and we're available to answer any questions in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see Mr. Barr anymore. Perhaps he can give me a high sign if there are other responses at this point.
Through you, Chair, I don't have any other points to respond to right now, so we can move on with the next round of public consultation.
Yes, excellent. And there will be lots of time for continued discussion. So we will kick that off with round 2 of public input, public question, public comment, and same as before, 5 minutes each, please, to a maximum of that time, name, address, and 7 or 8 people, and then we'll go back to staff and the applicant. So Madam Chair, or Madam Clerk, who do we have next?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, next to speak is Darian Casey, followed by Jeremy Malloy.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello? Okay, so my name's Darian Casey. I live at 334 Montreal Street. And what I want to emphasize tonight is that in a report to council last fall, it was stated that obtaining an MZO was the #1 option to move this project forward. And I know that a lot of people, including myself, were relatively unfamiliar with MZOs before Steve Clark, the current Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, started handing them out to anyone who asked. But MZOs are traditionally used for emergency situations. For example, when the only grocery store in Elliott Lake collapsed, an MZO was issued. And when facilities were needed to address the poor water quality of Lake Simcoe, an MZO was granted. MZOs are not intended to be used to destroy wetlands and fast track projects that do not warrant fast tracking. The fact that MZOs are currently being used recklessly throughout Ontario isn't surprising, because governments will bend legislation to their agenda when it suits them. But that doesn't mean that the City of Kingston and the Planning Committee should get in line and follow suit. It doesn't matter how small a parcel of land it is that we're talking about, whether it's 1 acre or 100 acres. Rezoning a wetland is the wrong move in this case. And I'm here not only to address the Planning Committee, but also all of the Kingston residents who are in attendance tonight. And to the residents of Kingston, I appreciate that so many of you have made the time to speak at this meeting and just to be in attendance or to send emails voicing your concerns. And I think that this has an effect. But that being said, these meetings are not the end all be all. People have successfully fought MZOs and the ridiculous projects attached to them all across Ontario. For example, Cambridge residents have fought the construction of an Amazon warehouse on a wetland. Residents of Kemptville are fighting the construction of a prison on heritage farmland. Residents of Stratford halted the construction of a glass factory and had the accompanying MZO revoked. And there are more projects than just those. And Patry's proposal for Kingston is not disconnected from these projects. People in Kingston are building and strengthening relationships with groups across the province who have fought similar unwanted developments, and we are learning from them. Because real people who live in this neighborhood and who don't have the luxury of profiting off of Patry's development don't want this development here. We don't want to be priced out of the neighborhood, and we don't want a wetland destroyed. And regardless of what the city decides, we will resist this development. So to the Planning Committee, I caution you not to overestimate your power in this situation. Yes, I recognize that the decisions you make about Patry's proposal have real effects. And yes, you are in a privileged position to make those decisions on behalf of other people. But even if the majority of you opt for this development to go forward, residents will ultimately have the last word. So my question for you would be, how much time and resources do you want to waste deliberating on a project that will ultimately not go through because residents will stop it? And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, who do we have next?
Mr. Chair, next to speak is Jeremy Malloy.
Thank you very much. Jeremy Malloy, 46 Pine Street. I'm speaking as a neighborhood resident, but also in my professional capacity as the lead for integrity of creation and climate change with the Providence Center for Justice, Peace, and Integrity of Creation. I want to speak to something that hasn't come up yet, which is a crucial sentence from the staff report. Quote, the application is also proposing to adjust the extent of official plan overlays for the provincially significant wetland and riparian corridor, significant woodland and natural hazard on the lands proposed for development. The obvious question is, why would we as a city support that? These designations exist for environmental protection. What's the point of setting these areas aside for special protection if we set aside the rules when we get asked? So when I ask that question, what I am told is that this developer will clean up or remediate a toxic ecosystem. And indeed, we've heard that tonight. On its face, this is compelling. We all want cleaner ecosystems. Therefore, the assumption we are making in even considering setting aside these provincial and local regulations is that what the applicant will do on this site will be in total ecologically beneficial, or else there can be no reason to make these adjustments to the rules. After all, it would be ridiculous to override designated environmentally protected areas for reasons that do not serve the environment. It would be a failure of planning. If we examine this assumption, is it proven? The documents on Dash from Transport Canada and Parks Canada have raised serious doubts that it has been proven. Our conservation authority, in its letters that are available on Dash, has raised serious doubts about whether this has been proven. Community groups, some of which I am a member of, some of which I am not, and some of which are completely new to me until their mailings landed in my mailbox this week, have raised serious doubts as to whether this has been proven. What is the justification for building on this wetland? By the applicant's own plan, only half of it can be remediated, or will be. The fact that the compensatory wetland cannot be the remaining half of the wetland, but would have to be many kilometers away, raises serious doubts in my mind about, one, whether the applicant's proposed remediation is viable on its face, and two, whether it will produce ecological benefits anywhere in balance with the habitat and ecosystem destruction upon which the application depends. What justifies putting a building and parking garage in the place of a functioning provincially significant wetland? How is this being coordinated with the proposed $70 million remediation of the Inner Harbor? Merely saying that it will be is not sufficient at this time, given the importance of the issues at stake and the expense. For example, what is still flowing into the water from the site? And how do we know contaminated groundwater will not continue to flow after this remediation, thus compromising the federal process? We are also living through a global biodiversity crisis. Is it good planning to destroy the habitat of endangered species to build apartments? What can be planted on the site after the proposed clear cut? Is it trees, as local tree experts have told me, or is it only bushes and shrubs, in the words of the applicant? We don't know, and answering this is crucial to assess the impact that the proposed development will have on our tree canopy, climate resilience, and ecology. The most reckless assumption that I see being made about this site and this proposal, the one that troubles me the most, is that this is a valueless ecosystem whose only relevant feature is its contamination, and we can destroy it without loss. The history of ecological irresponsibility is defined by people making this assumption. When the applicants were kind enough to tour me and others through the site, I was told that the vibrant biodiversity I saw were low-value species and it was not a problem to remove them all. I asked the project's ecologist about one other way to assess their value, just one, carbon sequestration. And I was told that that wasn't on his checklist. And that's the problem in a nutshell. We need to take much more time, answer many more questions, and view this proposal with a fuller ecological lens. A full ecological cost-benefit analysis of whether the adjustments the developer is seeking are right and beneficial, and whether the remediation and development would produce net ecological benefits has not been conducted. A species inventory has not been conducted. A hydrogeological analysis of how groundwater flows in the area impact the feasibility of the plans has not yet been conducted. So we need a much bigger checklist, and we need to take time answering all of these questions and the other questions people are raising before proceeding. I believe, and I believe you do too, the purpose of good planning is to act prudently for the future. There is nothing to be gained, despite the comments that we hear that no other developer would be willing to do us the favor of proceeding right now, this minute. There is nothing.
30 seconds, please.
There is nothing to be gained by rushing forward with this application and the permissions and exemptions requested, given the concerns and unanswered questions. There is nothing to be gained and very much to be lost now and for many generations in the future, if we proceed rashly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Malloy. Ms. Fawcett, who do we have next?
Mr. Chair, next to speak is Annette Burfoot, followed by Mary Jane Philp.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, my name is Annette Burfoot, 74 Regent Street, K7L 4J7. Thank you for that slide. And I'm speaking on behalf of Building Kingston's Future Incorporated, an Ontario Incorporated not-for-profit corporation whose objects include promoting the value of the City of Kingston's stated goal of being a smart and livable city by promoting human-scale streetscapes, access to the waterfront, active transportation, and resilience. Tonight, my comments are for the members of the Planning Committee, but I am so pleased to see so many people showing up, or not see, but get some sense that there are many people out there who are so concerned about this project. I am deeply concerned about the city's proceeding, along with my colleagues at Building Kingston's Future, with the proposal for the development of the tannery lands based on the information currently available. My comments reflect Mr. Malloy's comments, and I will be pointing to the reports that he was referencing, and I will be taking quotes out of it. I will not read them on the slides. I will allow you to do that in hoping to save time. Please don't be swayed, members of the Planning Committee, by the volumes of documents or some supportive letters that cheer on the development. You have a responsibility to be sure you are making the best decision based on the best available information. There are still too many unanswered questions. I'm going to quote from 3 government and agency letters recently submitted to the city about this proposed development. Next slide, please. The first is from Transport Canada, dated March 11, 2022. It shows that the huge package of documents, this proposal does not appear to align with community feedback, and that the landscape plan depicts modifications that have not been approved by Transport Canada. Next slide, please. From Parks Canada, March 8th, 2022. The remediation plan revised to ensure that mature tree growth can be achievable in such garden, in particular within the waterfront, to help that is recommended by Parks Canada. And if we go on, as presently proposed, Parks Canada would not support the remedial approach for its lands. Next slide, please. From the CRCA, which seems to contradict Mr. Dakin's position somewhat, continuing to recommend that an independent peer review be required and incorporated March 21st, 2022, and any approval that the city or province may grant for the proposed development. That there should be critical consideration in these areas designed so that they provide an opportunity for long-term ecological function and necessary protection of the adjacent wetland and river. To the members of the committee, please listen to these expert colleagues. They have doubts. They want more information and collaboration. They are not yet satisfied as to the feasibility of the current remediation and development proposal. Please remember your duty to the residents of Kingston and to the environment. Please remember your duty to the Cataraqui River, the Greater Cataraqui Marsh, and to the Rideau Canal National Historic Site and UNESCO World Heritage Site. You need to understand fully the consequences of this proposed development before you make any decisions. Defer planning approvals until you have the necessary answers, including about the remediation plans, the shoreline and wetland treatment, the areas the city is being asked to take over, and the approach of covering almost the whole site with hard surfaces, buildings, parking garages, roads. And I leave you with a question. Are you confident you have received sufficient and credible answers to all your questions? Are you confident the current proposal is good planning that is in the public interest and in that of the environment? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I just want to say I appreciate everyone respecting the timeline so completely. Continue with that and have the next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, next to speak is Mary Jane Philp.
Yes, good evening, everyone. My name is Mary Jane Philp, and I live at 22B Yonge Street in Kingston. I don't want to be too repetitive, so I have stroked out a number of my comments. I'm a member of 350 Kingston, which is part of an international organization helping citizens and governments to take action to slow the dangerous rise in greenhouse gas emissions that is disrupting the world's climate. You likely know that 350 refers to the level of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, measured in parts per million, above which the planet's climate and all life systems are adversely affected. The current measurement is 418 parts per million. I support the preservation of trees, forests, and wetlands, particularly in urban settings where they provide relief and calming for our mental health, as well as playing an important and measurable role in mitigating the damaging effects of the burning of fossil fuels and other emissions from all our activities. When the Planning Committee first considered this project over 4 years ago, few could have imagined how rapidly the catastrophes due to global heating would escalate and how much more rapidly this escalation will continue. My involvement with the climate crisis moved to a new level last year when I read A Good War by Seth Klein. City councillors will be familiar with this book as they were each given a copy by my colleague, Mark Sibley. It is a roadmap for how Canada and all levels of government can change the dangerous direction in which we are heading. In A Good War, on page 180, there is an overall plan for economic transformation that includes 8 core elements. One of these is the repair and enhancement of Canada's natural climate sequestration system helping nature suck carbon from the atmosphere. This is the role of trees and wetlands, both important elements on the former tannery site where they also continue to naturally remediate the land. Kingston has committed to being carbon neutral by 2040. That can only happen if all decisions, policies, and activities are examined through the lens of climate, as directed by the city's climate leadership plan, and adjusted if they are not part of the solution. Our problem in the context of this evening's topic is that a climate emergency was not built into the planning process, and clearly it must be now. The latest IPCC report spoke of adaptation as well as mitigation. We must adapt our planning decisions in the light of recent climate science. I can't imagine how this project can proceed in the location and manner in which it is proposed when weighed against the loss of 1,800 trees and a provincially significant wetland, vital climate adaptation mechanisms in a fragile and beautiful setting. Political will and civic engagement are the drivers of the change we need locally and globally. Thank you for your attention.
And thank you for your contribution. Madam Chair, docket.
Mr. Chair, next to speak is Samantha King, followed by Nicholas B.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay.
We can't, sorry, we put our thumbs up, but maybe you can't see us. So.
I can't. Okay, that's good. Good evening. My name is Samantha King. I am speaking on behalf of River First YGK. I live at 738 Newmarket Lane. River First is a community group formed in April 2021 in response to Transport Canada's proposed remediation project for Kingston's Inner Harbour. River First YGK's focus is on protecting the long-term health of the Cataraqui River. The Cataraqui River is a vital part of Kingston's freshwater system, and it is the potential impact of the proposed tannery development on the river that I will focus on this evening. In the view of River First, there are too many unresolved questions pertaining to the impact of the development on the health of the river that need to be addressed before Planning Committee and City Council move ahead to their decision-making meetings. Underlying our concerns are the impact of the proposed development now and in the future on the river's water quality, and the coordination of the proposed remediation of the tannery site and other aspects of the development with the $70 million Kingston Inner Harbour project. Our questions include, how does the tannery proposal impact the potential remediation by the Kingston Inner Harbour project? What is the expected long-term effectiveness of the tannery remediation, which at this time is too short on specifics? What measures are being taken to address source control from the tannery brownfields during and after construction? How will the developer prevent migration of contaminated sediments into the river post-construction? What will the collaborative remediation strategy proposed in the Parks Canada letter dated March 8, 2022 look like? The city should not make a decision about this development before they have seen a detailed and reasonable remediation plan, received feedback from the province on the effectiveness of the plan, received input from the hydrogeologist to be hired by the Conservation Authority, and obtained assurance that the tannery remediation will be effectively coordinated with the Kingston Inner Harbour project. As we noted in our submission to Planning Committee at the second public meeting in August 2020, we are also seeking reassurance that the city's position is adequately protected with regard to this development. We seek reassurance that the remediation work supported by taxpayer dollars will be successfully completed and monitored. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We, according to my own, have heard from 5 individuals, so we'll have 2 more before responses.
Mr. Chair, next to speak is Nicholas B.
Hello, my name is Nicholas Borges. I live at 230 Montreal Street. And I think in considering, everything that people have said, we should also consider whether Patry Inc. is actually capable of engaging in safe and ethical practices during the remediation process.
Mr. Borges, I'm going to have to stop you there. Perhaps you think that's a relevant question, but we're concerned with planning matters. And
Yes.
so I'd ask you to stick to that, please.
This is about planning.
I'm not interested in a discussion. I'll just be a bit more clear then. You need to talk about the land and how it will be used and leave it at that. Thank you. Are you interested in continuing your time, sir? Okay, we'll give you the benefit of the doubt and come back to you later if that is something you're interested in. But Madam Clerk, let's move to the next person for now.
Mr. Chair, next to speak is Jerry Dreet.
Can you hear me? Yes?
Loud and clear, yes, after you.
Okay, so my name is Jerry Dreet. I live at 3000 Lakefield Drive in Inverary. Thanks for letting me speak. I'd like to speak about the chromium that is still present in the wetlands, in the soil and energy. Professor Frank Zeman, he's a professor of chemical engineering both at RMC and in Queens. He's traveling today and he could not speak at this meeting. So he sent us a published study of a variety of methods that have been used to extract the valuable chromium from old tannery sites, just like this, quite cheaply after pumping the groundwater out. So Professor Zeman is offering to put together a proposal for NSERC funding to pump up the groundwater and use one of these low-cost methods. I will send you the article right after this to extract the chromium. There might be a similar extraction process for the other heavy metals, such as zinc and lead. I was wondering if this option could be explored before considering clear cutting a forest. Then on the maps you showed that the Patry development folks showed us tonight of the contamination of the site, one of the maps showed contaminants with different colors. It didn't have a scale to the map and I couldn't see the title of the map. Green meant no contaminants. Yellow meant 1 times to 10 times. And then you go all the way up to the really deep burgundy, and that was 1,000 times to 1,600 times. On that map, about 1/6 of the whole area is yellow. And in that yellow, there's a big chunk of green. And that is starting at the river, Great Cataraqui River side and going westwards. That is quite a large section. And I wonder if it needs to be remediated at all and whether those trees need to be clear cut in that section and whether that might be at least one giant section that really we ought to leave nature as it is and let the trees do their phytoremediation there. Let's see. I was glad to hear that if if there is actually metals still coming out of the section up in the it was the upper left corner where there was the dark burgundy colors of the really high concentration of the metals, and that was in the interior marsh, that if that cannot be, if you really feel the metals are still coming out, and I don't know if we've seen proof of that, but if they are still coming out into the river, and if that has to be remediated, I did love to hear that you were making a bargain that you will restore a wetland somewhere else in the vicinity. I would like to ask, is it not possible to do the same thing for any tree that is cut down? Say for every single tree that is cut down, another one should be planted, but not just planted in a row like a plantation planting. Maybe it could be, maybe under the direction of someone like Joyce Hostin, if she wouldn't mind, because she's a master gardener, using the, Akiro Miyawaki method with using a diversity of local species, intensive planting that can make an urban forest grow quite quickly. Anyway, that's just a thought I wanted to mention. And then the other thing I wanted to speak to briefly was energy. This design will really increase the fossil fuel being burned downtown with 1,500 or more cars in that area. The drivers will all have to drive out for their groceries and go to work daily. And intensifying this little area from 0 people to maybe, I'm just going to estimate 3,000 people. That's just sort of, estimating 2 people per unit. This will cause a lot of traffic congestion in that area and polluted air. I think there could be a better design, even if it, which could save most of the trees or quite a big chunk of the forest and leave that shoreline wetlands along the river
30 seconds,
untouched.
please.
Thank you. If the development were just a quarter or a third of its size. Thank you. Finally, if that shoreline is to be the very last edge of the shoreline, I did have a question about why it would be given to to the rowing club, and I thought perhaps maybe it ought to be given to someone like CRCA who would protect the biodiversity. Okay, thank you.
Perfectly timed. I was about to stop you. Thanks so much.
Okay.
Very good. Madam Clerk, I see Mr. Borges is still with us. We lost him earlier. Perhaps if you'd like, he could try again, and I'll start his time from scratch.
Mr. Chair, I'm just asking Mr. Borges to unmute, and I'm just going to see if he's still with us and wishing to speak. Mr. Chair, I'm not getting any response at this time. Would you like to hear one more speaker?
Yeah, please. And again, just to be very clear, we can come back, as we won't count that loss of connection as his time, but yes, we'll go to someone else at this point.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you is next to speak is Leslie Rudy.
Oh, can you hear me?
We can. Please go for it.
Hi, everybody. Several of you will know me as somebody that has been working on turtles in the Inner Harbor for the last several years. I am science coordinator now for Turtles Kingston. I'm sorry, I live at 309 Montreal Street, and that is about 5 blocks away from this site being discussed. So I've been studying the turtles in the Inner Harbor for about 5 years, and I've been working and volunteering in nature and environmental groups in Kingston area for about 14. As many of you know, the effort to protect turtles in the Inner Harbor has been the work of many dedicated volunteers, as well as staff, students, and partners. So for this information, I draw on my formal research, but also on my personal observations and those of the many, many people who have contributed sighting reports to our programs. So here is just a list of facts followed by a question as it relates to turtles in the tannery property. So as other people mentioned, the planet is facing a biodiversity crisis, and this is something very important to keep in mind. Here in the Inner Harbor, we know that we have 4 species of turtles using the Cataraqui River and nesting on the shorelines, and all 4 of these species are at risk of extinction. The shoreline of the property is a well-known basking site. We've all seen the photos with, up to 100 map turtles basking on the logs off the shore in the spring. But I also want to highlight that that is not the only turtle use of this area. The wetlands in and adjacent to the property are very likely used by at least the snapping turtles and painted turtles. Both of these species have been seen immediately adjacent to the site, especially along the KMP, where people are likely to run into them. Snapping turtles have been nesting there, have been seen nesting there many, many times over the 5 years that I have studied them. Last spring, I was out for a jog and saw a little painted turtle right on the trail, a little hatchling. So we know that they are using that area. Cannot say for sure that they nest on the tannery property. Where there's some more open areas, it seems very likely. And I can say with certainty that they do cross the tannery property to get to sites. The turtles seem to return to same sites each year to nest. It's also important to note with turtle biology for map and painted turtles, their nests may be active for a full year after they were laid. So a female turtle lays their eggs And then there may be viable eggs and hatchlings up in that for a full calendar year. An increase in roads and traffic in this area is likely to result in increased turtle mortality, just by the fact of all the turtles coming out of the water looking for nesting sites. The more cars, the more roads, the more likely they are to be hit. And it takes decades, sometimes more, depending on the species, to replace an adult female map turtle if she is lost to the population. I also think it's very important that we remember that we can't just pause turtles for a few years or several years while construction is ongoing. Can't just ask them to wait. So every year is important. And I also wanted to note that turtles in harbor are being assaulted on multiple fronts. So we can't just look at it in context of just this project. There are other projects such as the third crossing, the construction at the Imperial Oil Building, the proposed river cleanup, and now this, that are all picking away at turtles and their habitat. So my question for the applicants and for city staff is, how will turtles and their habitat be protected during and after construction? So not only in the final site plan, but for the years that construction is likely to be ongoing. And how will that protection include all aspects of their life cycle, including basking, nesting, while they're in the nest, emerging from the nest, and at the aquatic stages? So that's my main question. And I just also wanted to reiterate a point that Jeremy made earlier about this site and how it's being called sort of a waste site. It's garbage, it's no good. It's
3
certainly
seconds,
not,
please.
Yep, it's certainly not a pristine old growth forest, but it is a very false assumption that that this habitat has no value. It definitely does provide habitat. It provides carbon sequestration and protects the shoreline. That's everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that brings us to 7 comments from the public. So Mr. Barr, I believe you'll help direct where responses come from at this point.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, I'll look to Patrick Inc. and all the representatives to start answering some of the first questions, and then city staff will answer any additional should it be required.
Okay, ready? Yeah, so I'll respond to some of the things that were brought up on the environmental side of things. So Jeremy asked about contaminated groundwater and will it continue to flow after the development is completed? And he said that a hydrogeological evaluation still needs to be conducted. Now, I just want to mention that in the phase 2 environmental site assessment that we completed, we did do a hydrogeological evaluation. We did many monitoring wells. We tested the groundwater. We did hydraulic conductivity testing. We looked at hydraulic gradients. We drew mapping that showed the direction of groundwater flow. So the groundwater has been studied. And in terms of contaminated groundwater, that's going to be looked at in detail in the risk assessment that we'll be doing. It's going to be reviewed by the Ministry of the Environment. Because the groundwater contamination is not severe, I don't anticipate that it's going to be a problem in terms of impacts on the river or anywhere else. But we will be doing detailed modeling of that groundwater flow, the contaminant flow in the subsurface, and we will be looking at what effect that would have on the river. And that's going to be in-depth study. So that answers that one. Mary Jane brought up the question of remediation of the land through natural processes. That can work in some situations. There is usually some natural attenuation that works on some types of contaminants, but it does not work on metal contamination. Metals are elemental. They don't break down. They don't change in any way. They can be taken up by vegetation, but when that vegetation dies, the metals return to the soil. So they really don't move much. They're essentially locked in place for the most part And so there isn't really any opportunity there for natural remediation of the metals. And as you will recall, the metals are really the worst of the contamination that we have on this property. Now, there was another one on the process for treating chromium. And Jerry brought up the possibility of pumping out the groundwater and extracting the chromium from it. And the issue there is that there is actually not very much chromium in the groundwater, only a very small amount. The majority of the chromium is in the soil, and it's not readily leaching into the groundwater. So it's not really very extractable at all. In both the soil and the sediment, it would be very difficult to get it out of there. There is a process called soil washing, but we've looked at that and we don't believe it would be feasible for this site to get the chromium out of the soil and the sediment. So that, and the other point to be made there is it's not only chromium. There are many, many other contaminants of all different types at this site, in the soil, in the sediment, in the groundwater. And even if you could magically remove all the chromium and have it gone, you would still have a lot of other contamination: lead, hydrocarbons, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, volatile compounds. You'd have a lot of contaminants that would still be there, and you'd still have basically the same problem. There was also a question, what about the portion of the contaminant map that shows the yellow area, which was between 1 and 10 times the site condition standards? And could that possibly be left alone and not remove the trees? And the answer to that question is that no. Anything that exceeds the standards does pose an unacceptable level of risk, according to the Ministry of the Environment's definition. So it needs to be dealt with, and it needs to be dealt with either through removal or through being capped or encapsulated in some way to ensure that it's not going to pose that unacceptable risk. I think that covers my, was there anything?
Coordination with the Inner Harbor project.
Oh, right, yeah. In terms of coordinating with the Inner Harbor project, we've had a number of meetings with the personnel, with Transport Canada and other agencies who are involved in the Inner Harbor process. We've been talking about timing. We've been talking about what their plans are, and we've got some agreements in principle to cooperate with them on remediation. It's early days. We still don't have detailed plans on exactly what they're going to do, when they're going to do it exactly. So we just are going to stay in contact with them, and we're going to coordinate with them and hopefully be able to work together on remediation so that it works in concert. Our remediation will work at least to some degree in concert with theirs. So I think that was it. Yeah.
Rob, are you able to speak to some of the natural heritage?
Sure.
Comments?
There we go. So Mr. Malloy mentioned a question he asked me during the tour about carbon sequestration. And he is correct, and that is a correct representation of what I told him at the time. The EAA process does not consider carbon sequestration. The EAA process is defined by the official plan and the methodology. So this is a separate issue. So it's not under my hat, so to speak. But just speaking to that, outside of the EIA process, mature woodlands such as this one do not sequester a great deal of carbon, because once they reach a certain age, the process of carbon exit from the woodland, through breakdown materials, because it's part of their natural processes, is barely exceeded by the amount of carbon taken up by the trees and other plants. I mentioned this before. There's an EPA calculation for this. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but it was something like 3 to 5 cars equivalent per year, driving per year, for what the tannery woodlands would sequester. So it's a very small amount. Now, if we compare that to the 1,500 or however many units that's going to be on here, I'm sure as everybody knows, there's an immense pressure for development. People are desperate for homes. And I do a lot of work in the city of Kingston and outside the surrounding areas. And I know there's immense pressure for single unit development, so urban sprawl. And that means a lot of commuting, a lot of cars, 1,500 cars driving, but not to mention, this is intensification. And one must question how much space does 1,500 single residential units on piece by piece basis, not by subdivision, cover in the areas, in the sort of more countryside areas. So this is covering farmland, marginal farmland, woodland, shrublands. So it's not even a close equivalent in terms of carbon sequestration, as well as Kingston is unfortunately largely dominated, the sort of the downtown areas, by non-native species and invasive species. When we get into the countryside, at least we have a far greater proportion of native species and of species that have some reasonable values. Just a quick point on the wetland map that was shown in the OP. That's not a very accurate representation. It shows the wetland be far larger than it actually is. That's known by various agencies. Oh yeah, just to clarify some terminology, the term at risk was used. Just hopefully this isn't misconstrued by people. None of the turtles that are relevant here are endangered or threatened. If they were, there would be certain protections under the Environmental Species Act of Ontario. Instead, turtles like the map turtles are considered a special concern species. Means there are some at risk, but it generates an entirely different process around them. Special concern species are prescribed some protections through the EIA process, a significant wildlife habitat. It's a very different process and much less restrictive than that was associated with the ESA. There's no nesting observed on the tannery. We put in an immense amount of work far beyond provincial requirements in this regard. There is a mandated amount of field work required to look for turtle nesting. We far exceeded that. For the most part, it's unlikely they're nesting here because they do require sun exposure on the nest site, and most of the tannery is heavily vegetated during the nesting season through overhanging canopies and whatever. So it's highly unlikely they're nesting here. If they were nesting, it'd be on things like gravel verges, trails, that sort of thing. And human structures in that regards are not afforded protections through the EIA process. It has to be a natural situation. And the main conduit for turtles moving in this general area, moving westward, is via that we observe, is via the Orchard Street outflow. So they're swimming most of the way and then crawling the rest of the way. And what we found is they're targeting is they're trying to nest on the old rail trail. And again, not the pavement, but the gravel verges on the side. Again, that's fraught with predation risks, unless people put an effort in to protect those nests. But it also, because it's nesting on a gravel verge of a trail system, it's not afforded any protections through the EIA process as significant wildlife habitat.
Okay, thanks, Rob. So I just wanted to touch on 2 points. And maybe if I could ask the clerk to bring up the slideshow, our slideshow again, to slide 39. Just while she's doing that, so there's been some commentary about concern about the process and not having enough information, not adequate review, etc. And so we just wanted to highlight, applications were filed over 4 years ago. Prior to that, there was 2+ years of work doing study, doing assessment, et cetera, before those applications were actually filed. And we've since been in 4 years of review, updates, peer reviews, agency review, et cetera. And what's to come is a number of processes yet under that bottom section, other approvals required. There's still the draft and final plan of subdivision process, which would be subject to conditions as well as a subdivision agreement, the site plan control processes, municipal parkland design process. The Cataraqui Conservation Authority would require permitting for virtually the whole site, and that would look at a wide variety of things. And there's also the separate provincial environmental remediation review that Kevin Shipley described earlier, which itself is a multi-year process as well, that is undertaken by professional scientists at the provincial level. So, you know, there are certain things that can be answered as part of the zoning and official plan applications, but there are other things that would be dealt with at future phases as more detailed information becomes available. And then if we could just advance 3 slides to 43. There. So this is the overall conceptual landscape plan. And this is some of what was referred to in the Parks Canada letter and the Transport Canada letter. So I first just want to point out that approximately 70% of the shoreline area, which is on the right-hand side, that dark blue-gray color, that's actually owned by Transport Canada, and it's intended to actually remain in Transport Canada's ownership and control. And we anticipate we dealt with through the Inner Harbor project. And so what happens to that 70% of shoreline of the site is actually to be dealt with, as I said, through a separate public process. And this is an area where I think there is a significant interest in terms of the shoreline condition, turtle basking, et cetera. And then just related to that, of the 30 acres of the site, approximately 1/3 of that would be open space that the city would be in control of, the Conservation Authority being in control of in terms of what that could look like, tree plantings, habitat creation, et cetera. So the remediation would result in the creation of approximately 1/3 of the site being available for habitat restoration and habitat creation in a healthy remediated state. Just wanted to ensure that that was understood as well. I think that's everything on our part for now.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I just want to have Mr. Tao comment on one thing. There was a question brought up about driving and parking and all the vehicle trips that would be created from this site. I'm wondering if you could speak to a little bit further the parking options that are currently being put forward by Patrick for the site.
Sure. Yeah. So thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So what's changed between what was in the plans 6-8 months ago to today is a drastic decrease in the parking supply in terms of vehicles per unit, and then an significant increase in the bicycle parking, e-bike parking, e-scooter parking, as well as car share options on the site. And so I think, coupled with the multimodal transportation network that's available through the KMP Trail, as well as proximity to downtown, this is a very well situated location to accommodate and encourage users to take those alternate modes of transportation and not use their cars for every trip. And having one parking space per unit is also going to encourage less car ownership, certainly than what's traditionally been seen in suburban areas or traditional multi-residential situations. And then lastly, on that point, and this was brought up a bit earlier, the concern about surface parking. The only surface parking that's proposed on the site is a limited amount of on-street parking on the public square or on the public street. All the rest of the parking is to be in structured parking. So in terms of having large surface parking lots, that is not part of the plan. That's not part of what's proposed. So just wanted to clarify that as well.
Great, thank you. And through you, Chair, I do have one comment that I want to provide some clarification on. It was mentioned early on that staff put forward a report last year that laid out administer zoning order as the #1 option being considered for this site. Staff did put forward an information report to council last September, so September 2021, that laid out 3 options to consider some of the policy conflict that we had been We have identified and been wrestling with the staff specifically about the provincially significant wetland and no site remediation or alteration of that in there, even though it is a contaminated brownfield under the provincial policy statement. The report laid out 3 options. The first was the administrative zoning order in a non-sequential order. The second was remediation outside of the planning process, so through a Cattaraugus Region Conservation Authority permit to remediate the wetland. And the third option was leaving the wetland as is. The report noted up front when presenting these options that they were laid out in no particular order. Other than that, I believe all comments have been satisfied at this time, and we can move on to the next round of public consultation.
Thank you, Mr. Barr. Actually, what I'm going to suggest is a 10-minute recess to stretch our legs, and I want to really quickly sketch a way forward tonight. So we've just had 2 rounds of questions, about 7 questioners per time and about 5 minutes each. So that's 30 minutes per public input per round, and I give the same amount of time to the applicant as I do the public. So always there could be up to 30 minutes of response from the proponent. So far, according to my clock, they usually take about 20 minutes. So we're looking at 50 minutes per round. So if we take a 10-minute break now and come back for a round or 2 more, we should be on track to get this meeting done tonight, provided committee is also concise, but we'll play that by ear as we go. And again, always fair number of minutes for both the public and the applicant. With that said, let's take a break now until 8:20 and continue with this process. Thank you. All right, committee members, if you could come back to your computers or turn on your cameras, we'll move into round 3 of this third public meeting for the Davis Tannery lands. And Madam Clerk, I'll look to you now. How many hands do we have raised at this point?
Mr. Chair, we still have 102 participants in the gallery and 21 hands raised at this time.
Okay, so we will continue to work through the public participation, which is excellent. And reminder to folks, if you're joining us, especially 5 minutes each, name and address, please. And Madam Clerk, could you remind people how to raise their hand should they wish to participate?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, for those the members of the public who are joining us this evening, we do rely on the hand raise function in order for us to be able to call on you if you wish to speak. To find that, you will need to move your mouse over the Zoom window, and the raise hand button should be in the center of your screen. For those who are joining us via phone, you will need to press *9 in order to raise your hand, and then we could call on you. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'll start with Tara Bauer, and then next to speak would be Robert Watering.
Hello, can you hear me?
You can.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Tara Bauer. I'm at 3352 Van Order Road, and I am an environmental scientist who specializes in hydrogeology. In addition, I am the director of Turtles Kingston in Kingston. My colleague, Leslie Rudy, has already addressed our concerns regarding turtles, and I will be asking several hydrogeology related questions. However, before I get into my hydrogeology questions, I did want to make one comment to the fact that the response given to answer Leslie's questions regarding turtles was dismissive of our concerns. We recognize that the 4 turtles within the Inner Harbor are species at risk, and they are not threatened or endangered, but that does not mean that they do not deserve our consideration and our protection. So I would ask that Leslie's question be answered. How will the turtles be protected on the tannery site? Or would you please provide clarity if you are suggesting that turtles shouldn't be protected at all, since these at-risk species are not given the same regulatory protection as those that are threatened or endangered? I am just going to say that those threatened and endangered species, it's too late at that point in time to provide adequate protection to the turtle populations. With that said, I will now get into my hydrogeologic questions. First, I did want to say thank you for the response to Jeremy's questions, as I'm glad to hear that more groundwater understanding and modeling will be occurring in the future. But without this understanding, I do not see how a proposed plan for remediation can be acceptable if it does not address the entire site and all locations of contamination. For example, the 2020 report entitled Wetland Remediation Plan at the former Davis Tannery property in Kingston, Ontario, fails to identify any plan for remediation of the contaminated groundwater. In fact, groundwater is only mentioned twice in this document in the background to state that it is contaminated, primarily with metals, VOCs, PAHs, and chloride. From other studies done on the site, such as the Phase 2 ESA in 2019 and the Environmental Impact Assessment also in 2019, it is known that contaminated groundwater is moving into the Cataraqui River from the site. And a review of the contaminant concentrations outlined in these documents consistently shows many parameters are above the acceptable levels. Even if these levels are not as high as what is found in the sediments and the soils, that does not mean that they are not a concern. So my first hydrogeological question has been addressed partially, but it is now more of a concern that is related to how groundwater contamination will be addressed in a remediation plan. And I'm concerned about decisions being made on the site without a better understanding of the contamination on the site and how it is actually going to be remediated. Finally, I would like to articulate my concern for filling in a wetland, let alone a provincially significant wetland. I'm sure we're all aware of the importance of wetlands to climate change, flood control, ecosystem biodiversity, and they have been talked on already tonight. I also understand that this wetland is impacted by the contamination that it has received from the tannery lands. However, after discussions with a colleague of mine who is a senior remediation specialist who works in the United States, my concerns about the need to fill in a wetland are still confirmed. My colleague specifically questions whether sediments in this wetland have significant enough mobility to warrant disturbing the wetland. And if it is groundwater discharge that you're concerned about, which I will point out again has not been addressed in the remediation plan at all, then perhaps a permeable reactive barrier would be a more appropriate approach to remediating the wetland than just filling it in. Thus, my second question would be to know if there is actually evidence to suggest that there is significant enough mobility of the wetland sediments to warrant filling it in. It is my opinion that a comprehensive and thorough remediation plan is required before any decisions, permits, or actions are taken on the site. This includes a better understanding of how contaminants are currently leaving the site, an understanding that should be based on evidence and not what is thought to be happening. Unfortunately, contrary to what has been mentioned by the proponent, the presence of contamination in the Cataraqui River is not evidence to suggest that contamination is currently migrating off the site. And it doesn't even speak to how it is migrating off the site. Is it via groundwater? Is it just via the erosion of sediment and soil? What that only speaks to is the fact that contamination, thank you. What that only speaks to is the fact that contamination has historically moved off the site and into the river. So I really urge councillors to consider the fact that although there is a remediation plan out there, it does not have an adequate understanding of the contaminants on the site and does not address all pathways of contaminant movement from the site into the river. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, next to speak is Robert Watering, followed by Ian Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My name is Robert Watering. I live at 356 Rideau Street, which is within 100-meter radius of the site. I'm speaking in favor of this development. I'm strongly in favor of it. It's long overdue. It's a very heavily contaminated site. I do agree that we should not develop wetlands lightly. I think that we should protect them as much as possible. However, this site is unique in the fact that its proximity to the downtown core of Kingston. Having the high density population would be a very big benefit, and the proximity to downtown would encourage people to use active transportation as much as possible. So I think benefits outweigh the detriments for the site. Currently, young children should not be walking anywhere close to the site. For those people that maybe aren't close to the site or haven't seen it up close, that have commented, there's even close to the perimeter of the site, there's heavily contaminated water that is actually very multicolored, and it's that way all times of the year. It's not just once or twice. It's just always blue green with an oil slick on top. There's clear evidence of heavy contamination that's right within walking distance of multi-use pathways. I think the increase of the density, I've mentioned that already, the increase of the density of the population within this one particular area would really benefit the area. It's been a very economically depressed neighborhood for quite some time. The development of this property would, I'm also in favor of the development of the property is having smaller units that would hopefully encourage more low economic or people with lower economic status to be able to afford rental units in the area. So I'm not quite sure if that's going to be the case, but I would encourage the city to try to support that in the development. I do have some concerns. Primary concern is with the, as I say, is a positive, having more people in the area. But the one concern that goes with that is the increased vehicular traffic, pedestrian traffic, and the pedestrian traffic and cycling traffic. It is already a very dangerous area, especially for young children. There's only one sidewalk between River Street and Cataraqui Street, which is where I live. It looks as though the development would only be accessible by Rideau Street for one end from the north of our residence. So I assume that the city would be taking that into consideration and trying to make it a more safe environment within the immediate walking and cycling and driving area. But I just want to make sure that that concern is raised because I haven't heard it yet tonight. The other concern that I have is, and I know this has been addressed as well, and it sounds as though it's been thoroughly looked into, but there is one particular large oak tree that is extremely old and majestic, and it would be nice to see if there was some way to preserve that tree. There are other saplings that obviously came from that tree in the immediate area that are not nearly as old, but there's one that stands out. And it does sound as though it's been looked into quite a bit, and it doesn't look like it's going to be easy to save that with regards to the ground that the tree is on. But I do find it a little difficult to believe that there's no way that an oak tree can be preserved from an environmental cleanup perspective. I'm not sure exactly, I didn't really word that correctly, but hopefully my point is being made. And I think that it would just benefit the whole area. I do think that it'll fit very nicely within the inner harbor. It is close to the UNESCO World Heritage Site, the Rideau Canal, but I do think it would complement that quite well, especially being at the end, the terminus end of the Rideau Canal. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, next to speak is Ian Clark, followed by Laura Jean Cameron.
Hi, yes, can you hear me? Ian Clark, local anti-poverty and housing activist at 615 Union Street. I just first want to sort of echo a lot of the environmental concerns that have been raised by people who have put the case forward a lot better than I could. But more than that, I think I really want to disagree with the assertion that this project represents a public good, as I think based on the sort of what we've seen from the plan, I think that it seems to be the furthering of a paradigm that we've been sort of trying for many years, and I don't see anything that suggests it's going to do anything to help solve the crisis of affordability and housing in Kingston. There was a brief mention about sort of being open to the idea of sort of having dialogues about putting affordable units or subsidized units in there. But that's not really a plan or even a promise or even quantifiable in any way. And oh, sorry, I lost my train of thought. What we're seeing right now, it would represent an increase in the supply of housing, but unfortunately that in and of itself only tends to result in sort of a net decrease in costs sort of across the city. If it's met with a stable or decreased amount of demand. And what we've seen in practice is that that's not what actually tends to happen when we build sort of these units that are at sort of market price. And I do respect the commitment to building smaller units that would be more affordable, but the reality for most low-income Kingstonians is that they can't afford market price even for a studio apartment. Unfortunately, what I'm seeing from this project is sort of a furthering of what I would call the libertarian approach to solving the housing crisis. And we've been trying that for several decades and it's not worked. And to this point, I think the only thing that we've seen from sort of the Davis Tannery area has been the displacement of a very large number of homeless Kingstonians. And I see nothing in the plan that suggests that there will be anything else vis-a-vis the impact of this project on low-income people living in Kingston. And that's all.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, next to speak is Laura Jean Cameron, followed by Joyce Hostin.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. I'm Laura Jean Cameron. I'm at 94 Main Street in Kingston. I'm a professor of historical geography at Queen's University. And as one of the many walkers along the Kingston waterfront, I've been impacted deeply by the teachings offered daily, every day, by all the forms of life, the trees, the herons, the beavers. They came recently, there are two lodges, the woodpeckers, the kingfishers, and others that currently reside in what we're calling the Tannery Lands. It's a bit of a misnomer as there's a lot of water there too. My area is the history of nature and ecology, and I've specialized in wetland histories. The topic of my first book, a watery place in Stallow territory called Sumas Lake, British Columbia, was in the news in a big way a few months ago. Drained a century ago to create farmland for white settlers, It returned to fill the Fraser Valley with floodwaters in the biggest natural disaster in Canadian history. I am not in favor of the Patry Tannery proposal. In a world shaped by climate change, extreme weather and flood events like the recent one in British Columbia that displaced thousands of people, they will happen more frequently. Wetlands in their regulating of climate, hydrological control, including mitigation of flooding, while at the very same time protecting global biodiversity, become ever more precious, as so many people have already said this evening. As the Ministry of Natural Resources stated in a letter dated 20th of October 2020, changing the zoning that currently protects this precious place, a provincially significant wetland, would set a precedent difficult to deal with in future. And then there are the trees. So much we actually don't know about these trees. But among their countless values and capacities, a recent paper by Environment and Climate Change Canada scientists on the mature black willow trees at Bell Park reports their ability to intercept and pump up nearly 2.5 cubic meters of landfill impacted groundwater per day. And that's each. So I agree with Parks Canada, which recommends in a letter to city staff dated 8th March 2022 that the landscape strategy be revised to demonstrate that the remediation plan can support the growth of mature trees. And I share the concerns of Transport Canada, which stated in a letter dated 11th March 2022 that the modifications proposed here may not align with preserving the cultural, natural, and scenic values of the Cataraqui River sector of the Rideau Canal National Historic Site and UNESCO World Heritage Site. I have way more to say, and it's more like the past speaker about social housing and social justice, but I've been handed something particularly urgent to read. It's a poem by Helen Humphreys, and she asks some vital questions in it. It's written for one of the trees slated to be clear-cut by the developer, a venerable and magnificent resident of the Tannery lands and waters, was mentioned earlier this evening by a father. It's called the White Oak on River Street. Through 200 winters, it has persisted in freeze and melt, icy winds that stripped leaves from branches, that slowed the sap creeping from root to crown. 200 winters followed by 200 springs with buds and nesting birds. Then summer, and the oak, a green furnace, powering the scrap of earth and sky it lives inside. Who are we to mess with what is older than the grandparents of our grandparents? Who are we to stop the rain of acorns in October, the drum and scatter of 200 years, music from the white oak, singing the long song of its own making? By Helen Humphreys, former poet laureate for the city of Kingston. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I have that for individuals who have spoken, so let's double that and then go to responses. Who's next?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, next to speak is Joyce Hostin, followed by Carrie Hill.
And I've got slides. I'm Joyce Hostin. I'm on 764 Meadowwood Road, and I'm from Little Forest, Kingston. And Little Forest, Kingston, one of our core values is thinking like acorns. And good ancestor from Roman Kresnik, he talks about marshmallow versus acorn thinking. Next slide. So we have to go past marshmallow thinking, which I think the tannery project as currently proposed is. Next slide. Let's put our acorn brains to work. Next slide. Nurturing our ability to think, plan, and dream into the distant future. Next slide. So acorns, 7th-generation thinking, Haudenosaunee teaching. Current tannery proposal is great infrastructure. It's very much marshmallow thinking. Next slide. Green infrastructure, according to Federation of Canadian Municipalities, 6-to-1 ROI. This is not even being considered with the current proposal. Next slide. York Region, 1.2 million residents, $23.60 for every dollar invested. Green infrastructure. Why aren't we considering this with the Tannery project? Next slide. New York City, this is Acorn thinking on that first bar there, and the marshmallow thinking on the left, green versus gray infrastructure. Next slide. This is a project in Montreal or Toronto, where they are looking at an industrial area and not just doing the density. We need density, yes, but we need density with green. And how do we look at the tannery as a possibility to do that? Next slide. So what's the expected cost benefit analysis for the city of Kingston for the current proposal versus a proposal that integrated green infrastructure and valued natural assets? And so if you look at this tannery project, look at all the gray, the non-green roofs, the not very many trees, the parking. Next slide. This is from the stormwater management plan. The drainage system for the street, the stormwater, the oil grit separators. Next slide. Vancouver, on the other hand, went to a rainwater strategy where they're looking at the rain city strategy. How do we sink and store rainwater versus having it just all dump into the storm sewers and go into the, go into the system? So how do we value it as an asset? Next slide. And this is one of the streets that they were doing in Vancouver to go in this direction. Not gray, they're going green. Next slide. How much did our last extreme rain event cost the city of Kingston? I'd like to know that and see, like, if you look at the graphs here and what the city of Kingston's own forecast is, a lot more rain is coming and a lot more extreme storm events. Will the gray infrastructure handle that, and what's the impact? Next slide. What percent of permeable surfaces are there in the proposed development? Next slide. Can we engage citizens in co-designing? And this is Vancouver. This is what they did. They actually co-designed with citizens. What could infrastructure look like if we thought of it as natural climate solutions and incorporated green thinking with density? Could tannery be an exemplar if we rethought it? Next slide. City of Edmonton, their city policy, conserving, protecting, restoring natural uplands, wetlands. That's in their city policy now. Next slide. So the future corridor, this is Montreal, where they're taking an area that has been gray and they're saying, how do we bring back biodiversity, link urban nature? And they're doing actually asset mapping and looking at corridors to link everything together. And so they're planning that as they also plan buildings, they're planning the corridors. Next slide. So what would the impact of the proposal be on ecological connectivity? Open space
30
is
seconds,
not
please.
a definition of that. Next slide. So how does this help restore? It doesn't help restore. Next slide. So concept maps, can we actually do concept maps to look at ecological linkages? Next slide. And heat waves, what's the impact on heat going to be of this proposal? Next slide. Next slide. And the air conditioning costs. Next slide.
Thank you, Ms. Hostin. I'll have to interrupt you, unfortunately, but you're welcome to send the slideshow, which is very informative, into the clerk, the planner, or the director of planning, and we can have that as official correspondence. Madam Clerk, who's next on the list?
Mr. Chair, through you, next to speak is Carrie Hill, followed by Lindsay Pilon.
Oh, hello. Good evening, councillors, city staff, the developer, and fellow citizens. My name is Carrie Hill, and I live at 1900 Highway 2 East in Countryside Ward. I'd like to speak to the minister's zoning orders again as they pertain to the tannery land development. To remind you, an MSO allows the municipal affairs and housing ministers to make a ruling on how a piece of land is to be used in the province without the input of expert analysis and the public. Once granted, there is no chance of appeal by municipalities, citizens, or environmental groups. In addition to undermining and bypassing democratic decision-making at the municipal level, the current overuse of MZOs tells developers that they can get approvals without having to worry about pesky issues like provincially significant wetlands, riparian corridors, and other environmental protections, or even whether new housing or businesses in a certain location are actually wanted or needed by a community. The Yours to Protect group states online that Kingston City Council is considering requesting an MZO for the tannery land. I want to just finish this by reading from a letter that I was asked to read, written by Rosemary Toms and sent to the mayor and councillors in January. I'm just going to read a couple sections about it. They refer to the MZOs. Since 2014, the Cataraqui Region Conservation Authority has been involved in the review of this planning application, and the CRCA has raised some important concerns which the developer has not yet addressed, including the proposed development of achieving an appropriate balance that protects the ecological and hydrologic integrity of the provincially significant wetland while remediating the contaminated soil on the site. The developer has still not demonstrated to the CRCA that his remediation plan will actually accomplish this. The CRCA and many local citizens also would like the developer to demonstrate that his remediation plan of filling in substantial parts of the property will not exacerbate flood risk on other properties. Thus far, the developer has not demonstrated this. As well, the CRCA and many local citizens have concerns about the placement of the boathouse and the possible destruction of the natural vegetation along the shoreline, which would impact water quality protection, erosion protection, and species habitat. As the CRC notes, development of the site cannot be at the expense of natural protections or the integrity of the greater Cataraqui Marsh. She ends by saying, during this time of climate emergency, urban planning decisions should be made carefully and wisely, and always through the lens of climate resilience and adaptation. Now is not the time for haste and for overriding thoughtful public input and questions, and the suggestions for a revision of a planning application by local planning committees and conservation authorities. The mayor and city councilors should never put the short-term needs and goals of any developer before the long-term health, well-being, and interests of the environment, local citizens, and their city. Rosemary and I hope that you will stand with local citizens, make your voices heard, and vote no to any request for an MZO to expedite this proposed development. If I have a little bit more time, I just want to comment on the chromium questions that came up earlier. A study came out by an RMC group in the last 10 years or so. I can get it for you if you want it, showing that most of the chromium is actually locked as an inert complex as the trivalent chromium in the sediments. And they're as that form because of the anaerobic state of the sediments. And as in that form, they're relatively inert. It's when they're oxidized to the hexavalent form, that's the toxin form, that's soluble in water. And any disruption of the soil, it's going to be very difficult to stop the oxidation of the trivalent to the hexavalent chromium. And that will be released into the water in large doses. And this comes to the question about needing more time to ask questions. This is about chromium, but we need to ask the same questions about all the other compounds that have been identified in the last phase 2 study.
30 seconds, please.
Okay. I think we need to have experts involved, and we need to address all the questions that people have before we make a decision. If an MZO is given, none of that counts. No more questions have to be asked. The developer can go ahead and do what he wants. He doesn't even have to listen to the CCRA. Yeah. Anyway, thanks.
Thanks very much. Right on 5 minutes. Perfect timing. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chair, through you, next to speak is Lindsay Pilon, followed by Neil Scott.
Yeah, thank you. Segoli, Lindsay Nukat, Anawanawakyokulat Onyotaka Nyonchot,
Kingston Notakari. I've been living in Kingston for about 13 years, and my address is 2 Orchard Street. I want to express gratitude to the previous speaker, Rachel Plotkin, who spoke to the fact that there's a certain level of literacy and procedural fluency to follow in this process. As Ian Clark said, the public is being reminded that people are desperate for housing, and yet market rate housing, condos, and boutique shopping is not going to address issues of homelessness and housing instability in this rapidly gentrifying neighborhood. We're listening to a back and forth on whether the trees on site are a significant factor in reducing greenhouse gas emissions, when my understanding is that when combined with AI bioreactors, the algae that we find in wetlands can be 400 times more efficient at carbon uptake than a single tree. And so as a mother, I'm very concerned about transparency when it comes to the risk assessment and management of this proposed project, of digging up contaminated soil and potentially creating toxic inhalants. Along with many of the other environmental concerns mentioned this evening, I don't want the respiratory health of myself and my son hanging in the balance of convoluted doublespeak. Deciding whether the proposed construction efficiently uses resources or upholds historical usage of the land depends on which cultural lens we are using to view history. Deciding that there are limited areas for intensification depends on who holds decision-making power and where their values lie. I'm concerned that there is not appropriate consultation with Indigenous community members on this development project. Was the Indigenous community part of the early reviews? I was paying attention 4 years ago. I was just raising a toddler. When the tannery land was labeled, histrionically, theatrically, I think, it was labeled a dead zone. The thinking being that someone walked into the land and didn't, in that moment, hear birdsong or insects and surmised that it was because there were no birds or insects. Is it possible to replace that confirmation bias of interested developers and find ways to truly integrate and respect Indigenous voices, cultures, and language? Just because you cannot hear and understand the voices of the beings who are speaking to you does not mean they are not there. Kingston should be protecting culturally important habitats, including this wetland, and improving Indigenous water access in the meantime. We're told there is no mechanism in place to protect the oak, which a member of the Grandmother Circle says is heavy with spiritual significance. There is no mechanism in place because the work of reconciliation is fledgling. I ask Kingston to reject this development and instead continue to focus its efforts on real sustainability, environmental justice, and find innovative steps towards moving forwards into climate uncertainty together in a good way with sovereign Indigenous nations. Yawako, thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much for presenting. Mr. Scott, your hand's up and next.
Can you hear me okay?
We can, after you.
So I have some slides that, there we go. So good evening, everybody. My name is Neil Scott. I live at 29 Joreen Drive. As a researcher, I focus a lot of my work on studying the impacts of human activity on the carbon cycle. And many of the projects that I've worked on in the past have involved quantifying carbon stocks on the landscape. So tonight I want to present a methodology to estimate carbon stocks on the tannery property and to help us think a little bit about how this method could be used to evaluate development projects in Kingston. Next slide, please. Just before I go too far, I want to make sure we're clear on a couple of terms. Carbon sequestration versus carbon stocks. Carbon sequestration is the process of removing atmospheric carbon and storing it in various places, such as in trees. Whereas carbon stocks is a measurement of the amount of carbon that's actually stored in a given area. I'm going to be talking tonight about estimating carbon stocks on the tannery property, but I'm also going to use that information to make some estimates of annual sequestration rates. Next slide, please. So I used data from the report that was done by Dendron Forestry in 2017. They surveyed the tannery property. The map is shown on the left here. They identified 7.3 hectares of forest area. It's in the yellow, inside the yellow areas. They laid out a grid of 35 plots, which are the red dots shown on the map. Inside each one of those plots, each plot was 380 meters squared. They measured the diameter at breast height of each stem and also recorded species for 280 stems. They didn't measure height, which was unfortunate, and you'll see why a little bit later. They only included stems that were greater than 15 centimeters in diameter, according to the guidelines laid out by the City of Kingston tree bylaw. Next slide, please. So here's just a sample of the data on the left from the report. In the black text and on the right are some of the calculations that I did. So I used published equations, which basically relate the measurement of stem diameter to the biomass of the tree. This is a standard approach to estimating the amount of mass in a tree, but also the amount of carbon. So what I did is for each stem, I calculated the carbon mass, which is shown in the columns here, for both the above ground and the below ground components of the trees. You multiply that, then each one of those by 0.5 to convert mass to carbon, and that's a fairly standard conversion. Then you sum up all the numbers for all the stems inside a plot. You divide by the plot area to give you tons per hectare, and the final thing you do is multiply by the total area, 7.3 hectares, to get the total amount of carbon stored on the property. Next slide, please. So I calculated the results in two different ways to emphasize the importance of large trees, because there are a few very large trees included in this survey. The column on the left side are the results using 32 plots, which excludes 3 plots that contain 3 very large trees. The result on the right is based on using all of the plot data that was presented as part of the report. First thing I did is calculate the average carbon density. So that's just the amount per unit area or the amount per hectare. Using the reduced number of plots, you get a number of about 28 metric tons of carbon per hectare. But if you use all the plots with the bigger trees, you get a number of about 44. You multiply those by the area of the forest area on the property, and you get numbers 200 using the reduced number of plots and 317 metric tons of carbon stored on the tannery property in the trees themselves. So I took those numbers and then I divided by the approximate number of years since the site was abandoned, which is 45 years. And that gives you some estimates of the rate of carbon sequestration in this property for the given time period. And the range would be 4.5 to 7.1. There's a lot of variability. Some of the plots have no trees in them whatsoever. Some of them have 10 tons of carbon, partly because of those large trees. So the variability, it's about 70%. It's quite high. But that reflects the diversity, if you will, of the trees on that particular site. Next slide, please.
30 seconds, if you would.
Yes, and thank you very much. So what I've done is present a methodology that can be used to assess the carbon consequences of development projects if we do remove all these trees. I hope this helps to inform future development projects as well in the city of Kingston. So thanks very much for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Neal. And if I could request, please send that through to the clerk because we would like to review that, I'm sure. Now, that's been, according to my notes here, 8 speakers from the public, which means it's time to hear from the proponent. And again, just to rest assured to committee and the public, that means they will have about 30 minutes to reply to the 30 minutes of comments that we've heard. So Mr. Barr, I'm looking for you on my screen. There you are. You can take it from here.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, I'm going to ask Patrick to turn on the camera and respond to the questions first.
You want to go first?
Yeah. So there was discussion by Tara talking about contaminated groundwater and the fact that the wetland remediation plan doesn't talk much about groundwater. As I mentioned earlier, there was quite a bit of discussion and characterization of the groundwater in the phase 2 environmental site assessment report. It's true there wasn't much discussion of groundwater in the wetland remediation plan because our main focus there was addressing the contaminated sediment in the wetland. It's true there is contaminated groundwater present, but the severity is relatively low compared to the sediment and the soil. But in terms of looking at the groundwater, as I think I mentioned before, we will be looking at that in more detail in the risk assessment process. And we will be we'll be modeling the flow of groundwater contaminants towards the river. And that will be addressed through appropriate risk management measures. Tara mentioned the possibility of a permeable reactive barrier wall. At this site, I doubt that that would be required, but it will be looked at as part of the risk assessment process and evaluating what kind of control measures are needed for the groundwater. And it may be that that all that's required is to demonstrate that there isn't a significant impact on the groundwater, on the river by the groundwater, but that's still to be looked at further in the risk assessment. The sediment mobility question as to whether how we know that sediment is moving into the river. And I think on that point, it's true that it's difficult to determine exactly when the contamination of the river occurred. It's been a long sort of process over a period of years. But my assessment is that it's an ongoing process. It's been going on for many years. It's still going on based on what we've seen. It's difficult to quantify the amount of contamination that's occurring actively now. But one of the points that's been made in some of the past comments was the issue of climate change, the issue of more severe storm events. And I think that is a risk that we need to look at as well. With more severe storm events, you're going to have greater flows moving through that contaminated wetland area, more scouring and erosion of that sediment, and more potential for that to move into the river. So I do see an unacceptable risk to the river from the presence of that sediment there. And that's why we're looking at encapsulating that to prevent it from doing any further damage. Now, moving on, there was a point about trees and a Bell Park study. This was done by Laura Jean, that trees can pump up the contaminated groundwater. It's true that there is a lot of study of phytoremediation and the ability of trees to pump or essentially extract groundwater at a rate of sometimes hundreds of liters per day. But the issue we have here is that the groundwater isn't the main concern. It's really the soil and the sediment that are the main concern, and the trees aren't going to extract that. And even in terms of the groundwater, when a tree pumps up contaminated groundwater and incorporates that into its biomass, if that is a metal, when the tree ultimately dies and rots away, the metal goes right back into the soil again. So in order to actually make that work, you have to harvest the trees and remove the biomass from the property. And that's how that generally works with phytoremediation. Then there was a point about chromium. Carrie Hill brought up a point about chromium and a study about how it's potentially locked into the sediment, and that disturbing it can cause it to take on more oxidized and toxic forms. Yes, that is a possibility. That is an issue, but that is another reason why I think it needs to be encapsulated, the sediment that has the chromium in it. We aren't going to be digging it up and disturbing it. We are going to be covering it over in order to, and disturbing it as little as possible. And with it in its current state, there is a concern about it being disturbed, as I've said before, with the climate change, increasing storm events, that there is a potential for it to be disturbed and to continue to be disturbed. And therefore, something needs to be done to address those risks. I think that's the items that I had on my list. Was there anything else?
No, I think that was it. Rob, was there anything you'd?
Just a small statement here. Just a common issue that I've heard several times tonight stems from the ecological values that people have described for the tannery lands. The EIA process got started in the mid-'80s, and that process has grown and become much more sophisticated since then. I've been part of the process since its inception. It was understood that from the beginning and outlined in the Brundtland report that all sites have some ecological value, including the tannery. So the question is, if everything has ecological value, how do you determine which sites can be protected? And this is the purpose of the EIA process. It's common to all municipalities in the province. It's mandated by the province. So there's a set methodology on how to do this. We go through the process, determine what sites merit protection, or what aspects, features, and functions of portions of the site merit protection. This was done for the tannery project. The EIA was reviewed by 4 different agencies. So we've done the process that's required for the official plan to allow this process to go forward. Just one comment about algae and carbon sequestration. Algae do have some value in this regards, but this is an open water feature. The wetlands that will be part of the risk assessment process by HCG are emergent wetlands. They're not open water wetlands. So the algae characteristic there is not there. To clarify that.
Thanks, John. And I'll just speak to a couple of points quickly. So there was a comment from Robert Watering with respect to traffic. So we haven't heard about that so far. So just to take a moment to speak to that. Traffic study has been done and has been reviewed and also peer reviewed by the city and an external consulting agency. And so we're still working through some of the details of design that would come as part of the subdivision, to become as part of the detailed subdivision process. But there is an assessment that's been done and includes upgrades to some of the immediate local street network, including pedestrian crossings, signalization, et cetera. So that is part of the assessment that's been done, and there will be things done to address the adequacy of the local road network. I think I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, just to build on that last comment about access to the site, we do have a representative from Transportation Services here tonight, Marissa Mascaro. So I want to ask her if she has any additional comments to bring up about traffic, transportation, and site review so far.
Ms. Mascaro, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so just to build on what the applicant said, so from a transportation perspective, at a macro level, we've confirmed that our transportation network is expected to be able to accommodate the level of intensification that's proposed. However, the details for site-specific connections and impacts and mitigations that be required, as they noted, as part of detailed traffic work that's ongoing by the applicant and remains subject to technical review by the city. So that work's continuing.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, I believe we can now move on to the next round of public consultation.
Excellent. So I will look to the clerk for a speaking order of the next 2 members of the public.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, next to speak is Matt Rogalski, followed by Siddiqa Khan.
Hi there, thanks for listening to my comments. I live at 94 Main Street in downtown Kingston. I'm speaking as a local resident and a sound artist who values these lands as a non-developed area. And people like me are often cast as NIMBYs, but I would just say that I'm a YIMBY because yes, I do want a forest and a marsh in my backyard. And I'd like these lands to stay in a manner kind of as they are. As one of the developers' representatives said, if true, most of the tannery is unsuitable for turtle nesting because of canopy cover in the summer. Well, let's talk about canopy cover in the summer. Kingston has suffered greatly from settler so-called development, and such as the Davis Tannery, and here I believe it will suffer from so-called settler rehabilitation of lands that we contaminated in a process which itself seems contaminated by desire for profit above all. The oak tree is a symbol of the struggle to help people imagine this site as a place being reclaimed by nature and better left alone. I was pleased to see on the developer's own map of toxins that the corner where the tree is shown in green as a basically unpolluted area, which seems to put the developer's claim that the tree is inevitably lost to question. In spite of the levels of toxins elsewhere on the site, anyone who spent time trespassing and illicitly enjoying the diversity of wildlife in the area will know that there are beavers, otters, turtles, many species of birds, including ospreys and owls, which are in apparently excellent health. And in a time of climate crisis and ecological catastrophes, we would be well advised to keep this heat-regulating forest and lively marsh intact and promote it as a site of natural remediation. I believe the developers' claims that this will be an overall environmental win are specious and unrealistic, adding injury to injury. And I would like to say I'm grateful to one of the previous speakers who spoke about the Indigenous perspective on this land as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Khan.
Hello, is this unmuted? Yes?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, great. I live at 105 Raglan Road, and I'd like to echo what's been said about this project not being in the public's best interest because it does not address either affordable housing or a true remediation of the wetlands and the site. And I'm going to come at this with a slightly different language and approach. I'm a writer, and I have a reason for doing so that I will explain afterwards. The asteroid Pallas is discovered. William Wordsworth writes composed upon Westminster Bridge. The first journey by steamboat takes place. The atoms and elements are first represented by their letter symbols. Slave trade is abolished in the British Empire. The very first Webster's Dictionary is published. The Royal Horticultural Society is founded, and Beethoven publishes the Moonlight Sonata. Now, all of those things took place in the 3 to 4 years during which it's estimated that the oak tree on the tannery lands would have germinated or sprouted. I'm using that description because I don't think we have very good language to speak about the age of a tree like that or the value of a tree like that. So I'm trying to put that in more human terms. Interestingly, many of us have probably heard of the passenger pigeon, which used to be abundant on this continent and became extinct. Kingston was the very last site wherein there was an authenticated record of breeding passenger pigeons. It came down to a colony of 20, and that was in 1898. So this tree was then almost 100 years old already when these birds were still a presence in our very area. And so I'd like to consider that tree in a rounder way, not a carbon holding site, although I very much appreciate the scientific backgrounds that have been given by various contributors, but not anything except a presence and an elder presence. And I would like to ask the developer, I've been trying to find terms for that value. How would you define the value of that tree that you've said there is no possible way to save in a very brief commentary? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Fawcett, who's next?
Mr. Chair, next to speak is Margaret Moncrief, followed by Imogen Lapp.
Hello, my name is Margaret Moncrief and I live at 140 Churchill Crescent. I want to sing a little chorus of a song that I've written for children. Cattails, our wetland friend, home to heron, red-winged blackbird, and the marsh wren. Blackbird, cattails, our wetland friend, tell us a story our ears will lend to you, cattails. And I decided to take 15 seconds of your time to listen to that song just to bring the attention to our decisions that we're making today, our decisions for our children, our decisions for the next 7 generations. And I want to reiterate the importance of our environment, of our nature. And I think we've learned from the pandemic that we are capable of making difficult choices for things that are important and putting important matters in front of economic interest. And so I think this is one of those situations where we really need to put the interests of the turtles, the frogs, the birds, the cattails, the trees in front of economic interests. And so I also wanted to reiterate too about the Indigenous piece, and I wonder how the City of Kingston and the developers are working actively together with Indigenous peoples with this decision making. As part of our reconciliation process, I feel that we need to actively work with Indigenous peoples and think of things not from our settler way, but from Indigenous ways, and how can we work together to do things that are going to affect positively the next 7 generations. And as a mediator myself, I spoke to my 17-year-old and I said, what do you think about this? And he said, well, I think really we shouldn't touch that, the river, the marshlands, we shouldn't touch it. If the developer is going to go ahead, maybe build 2 buildings back. Don't build all 4, it's way too big, way too dense. Build 2 buildings and leave adequate space for the trees, for the birds, for the marshlands along the river side. So go smaller or don't go at all. Remember our children, work with Indigenous peoples, remember the cattails. Thank you.
Hi.
Thank you for your contribution. Yes, after you.
Imogen Lapp. I live at 99 York Street. And first of all, thank you for the presentation. And just like to mention how many people are in attendance tonight. I think that's a very important thing to note. There are people on both sides of the argument, but something like a minister's zoning order just allows all of this public input to be completely disregarded. So this is a valuable form that needs to be listened to. I'm mainly concerned about the fact that the development and the remediation have been put into one package. It seems like a conflict of interest, actually, in my eyes, that the developer is responsible for this aspect of that site, because the remediation is a completely separate issue from the development, and ultimately there's no reason why remediation should need to be followed by development of the land, given that this is actually one of the, I think it, to my knowledge, is the largest urban forest in downtown Kingston. And we should be considering the fact that this land could be remediated and turned into a public forest asset rather than a residential and commercial area. And I might be a bit late to be bringing that into this process, but I don't think I'm in my own boat there. I think many people are suddenly becoming aware of the state of this planning and thinking that it's frankly irresponsible and doesn't take into account the concerns of the public. I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, next to speak on the list is Melissa Shoemaker, followed by Chris Hargreaves.
Please do.
Hi there. My name is Melissa Shoemaker. I live at 1033 Rainbow Crescent. I want to start by saying thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'm a homelessness advocate, amongst other things. I have experienced youth homelessness, So I feel it's very important for me to speak for the homeless that have resided at this site and in this general area. Though I want to echo a lot of the points mentioned regarding the environmental concerns, I recognize that I'm currently in a place of privilege. Many facing housing challenges do not have the luxury of being able to defend the environment, and I feel it's important to note that their rights to housing are not being met and putting a priority on that. I acknowledge that the preservation of the environment is important, but I also see the side where toxic ground needs to be cleaned up. I feel a sensible solution is somewhere in the middle that also helps meet the needs of these vulnerable people. Many of us know that there are various reasons individuals choose to sleep outside, one of which is mental illnesses that cause fear and mistrust. Though this development can clean the environment, the ground, and stimulate the economy, by building on the site of the Davis Tannery, the people who are presently roughing it will be forcibly displaced. This will remove their ability to remain sheltered. Based on the 10-year plan that the City of Kingston produced, the goal was to have 80% of former chronically homeless individuals stably housed by 2023. Sadly, the Community Progress Indicator from Built for Zero, the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness, we have not even achieved the 10% reduction goal as of February 2022. So it does upset me to see that upon reviewing the numerous documents that were made public on this development, references to homelessness did not exist beyond the general acknowledgement of their intrusion on this land. There is no concrete plan being considered to rehouse these people, as we have seen in the city in the past. So I must acknowledge both the efforts of Patry and the city in establishing the hub nearby. Though that establishment does serve a critical purpose in servicing the homeless population at risk, it is not a fix-all solution, which I'm sure we all know. So speaking as someone who has lived in shelters and read much on this topic, I know it is not the long-term solution. It seems to me that the homeless people here deserve greater consideration than has been given thus far. I want to know how their eviction will be handled. I want to know, will there be room for them in this new development? I want more thought and planning to take place around this concern. It is also important to draw attention to the plethora of data, which can also be found in the City of Kingston archives that speaks to the high cost of homelessness to taxpayers. So I want to remind the council that Housing First initiatives have proven to help reduce expenses incurred with police services, medical centers, court systems, to name a few. So when we prioritize housing for those facing homelessness, the city can reap financial benefits as a municipality, not to mention the fact that it's the right thing to do. It should also be considered when we contemplate what we're going to do with the Davis Tannery lands. So I would urge the city to consider both its commitments to our most vulnerable populations before committing to such a development. And I also want to ask Patry to reassess its focus on this aspect of the development and the impacts that this development will have. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, next to speak is Chris Hargreaves.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I gather you have control of the slides which the presenters put up initially. Can you bring up the one which showed the flow of contamination in the past? It was red outlines on a gray background. I expect Mr. Shipley can tell you the actual number.
Mr. Chair, if I may, perhaps if Mr. Hargreaves would like to start with his comments while we look at getting that slide up for him.
Yeah, absolutely. So Mr.
Okay.
As the clerk said.
Right, well, my name is Chris Hargreaves. I live at 4060 Bath Road in Kingston. I am speaking as the chair of the Conservation Committee for the Kingston Field Naturalists. And in the past, I have addressed many meetings of Planning Committee in that role. And there are several things about the meeting tonight which strike me as remarkable. Thank you for the slide, Madam Clerk. The first is that it is a third public meeting, which is very unusual. And I want to compliment the committee and council for responding to the public and holding this meeting. A second remarkable feature is that at the beginning of the meeting, there were 163 people attending, which certainly makes it probably the biggest planning committee meeting I've ever attended. A third feature was the sort of very high level discussion which has happened regarding climate change and ecological issues and the homeless, which is, in my experience, not that common when one gets down to normal planning applications, which are normally involved with much more nitty-gritty things like stormwater management. And the fourth remarkable thing about this meeting is that it is the longest planning committee meeting I've ever been to in which stormwater management was not mentioned. It finally got mentioned by Ms. Hostin after 2 hours and 42 minutes. And it's quite unusual. It's a planning committee meeting, but what is the stormwater management policy for this site and development? The slide the clerk has put up shows the natural water flow in the red circled cloud-like lines. It is flowing to the northeast. At the moment, storm water puddles beside the KMP trail down in the southwest corner of the property. The natural flow of the storm water, as shown on this slide, is to the northeast. But this proposal proposes capping and encapsulating the tannery site. So what is going to happen to the stormwater which accumulates in the south? It is going to have to flow north because it can't get onto the cannery site. It will flow into the wetland. So we are going to have more water in the wetland. Now, Mr. Shipley made an interesting comment with regard to water flow, that as we have extreme weather, we have more flooding, and that water would normally flow through the marsh. And he referred to an increased flow, scouring, and more sediment going into the river. And he's saying, what a good thing. They're going to cap the half of the marsh that on the tannery land, and that will reduce the flow of pollution into the river. But what will happen to the water? All that water is going to get pushed by the encapsulated site into the Orchard Street marsh. And there we are going to have an increased flow, which is going to produce scouring and carry more sediment into the Cataraqui River. So my question for the developers is,
30 seconds,
only
please.
Concerned with stormwater on their property? Or do they have a bigger plan? And for the planning staff, who is looking at stormwater on the adjacent property to make sure we don't end up with more water through the Orchard Street marsh, which the city owns, so the city will be responsible for pollution flowing into the river?
And that's 5 minutes. Thanks very much. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chair, through you, next to speak is Janelle Lee, followed by Mary Louise Adams.
And before we go to those two speakers, Madam Clerk, how many more individuals have their hand up at this point?
Mr. Chair, including Ms. Lee, we have 9 hands raised at the moment.
All right, so let's move through 2 more people and then do responses, and then we'll consider as a committee what comes next for the duration of this meeting.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Perfectly, thank you.
Okay. Hi, City Council Planning Committee. My name is Janelle Lee, and I live at 65 Nelson Street in Kingston. I am a member of the Society for Conservation Biology Kingston chapter, and I want to echo the concerns about climate change and the greenwashing of this development. Our executive members have been discussing this issue, and we're very skeptical of the ecological benefits of this remediation and development because there's so much we don't know about the specifics of the sustainable construction strategies proposed and designed and the ecological assessment conducted presently. We would really appreciate receiving more detailed reports for our own inspection. And if the solution to climate change proposed by this developer is to reduce the greenhouse gases through sustainable transportation services at the cost of destroying a significant wetland and a 200-year-old oak tree that is of great importance to members of the Indigenous community, would a better alternative not be to divert more resources and money into public transit and the conservation of the land and other natural lands? I also want to echo the suggestions on cutting down the size of the development and suggest for larger green spaces to be prioritized. A past project in Toronto on a brownfield showed that there has been success in collaboration between the city and developers. A developer paid for the remediation of a brownfield site, and the city worked to create a green space on part of the site, allowing for the restoration of biodiversity, as well as adding to the aesthetic value of the development. Perhaps this is a compromise we can consider. I just want to end off with a comment about the oak tree as well. And I want to note my positionality as a settler before I begin. The city states that it is committed to working with Indigenous peoples and all residents to pursue a united path of reconciliation. Since cutting down the white oak is inevitable if this development takes place, what will the city do in response to the pain and heartbreak felt by elders and others in the Indigenous community in an effort to pursue a path of reconciliation? Perhaps this would be to collaborate with Indigenous groups to restore this loss. I hope you will take into consideration our history of colonization and how we have continually broken the trust of the people who reside on these lands. Do we want to continue making mistakes and reconciling after? Or do we want to be proactive and listen to the elders in the community and consult with Indigenous peoples first? Every mistake we make pushes us a step back in a pursuit for reconciliation. I hope you will consider who will actually benefit from this development and what precedent you are setting if you decide to approve this project. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for presenting. Next person, please.
Good evening. My name is Mary Louise Adams. I live at 56 Chestnut Street. I'm speaking as a resident of the neighborhood near the tannery site. I'm also a sociologist working at Queen's, involved with a federally funded research project that looks at historical, social, and environmental issues related to Bell Park. Lying directly south of Bell Park, the future of the Orchard Street Marsh and the tannery development is one of those issues. I'm speaking tonight primarily to encourage you, as others have done, to move slowly on this proposal. There simply are not enough data to make good decisions that will continue to be good generations from now. The developer has requested that a provincially significant wetland be recategorized by both the province and the city. The MNRF rejected this request in a letter from October 2020, calling it a precedent that could be difficult to deal with, that's a quote, elsewhere in the province. I would hope that Kingston will not become the catalyst to wetland loss in other regions. We have provincially significant wetland designations and municipal environmental protection areas for a reason. The contamination in the sediments and the soils of the tannery property, the loss of habitat and fragmentation of green corridors throughout our city, the drastic loss of wetlands across Ontario demonstrate the need for these protections. I encourage the city to respect and maintain them. The developer proposes to cap, fill in, and build upon a large portion of the marsh. Well, capping may be one means of dealing with the contamination of the wetland sediments, The destruction and filling in of the wetland would also facilitate the construction of a large housing project that clearly does not fit the land available. The filling in of wetlands to make dry lands is a 19th century or even earlier practice that has no place in a city working towards sustainability. Other jurisdictions across North America have addressed contamination in wetlands by remediating and then restoring the wetlands, creating rather than destroying habitat. The developer has been given tremendous financial support by the city to address contamination on his property. The ruin of important natural heritage features of the land and water should not be an additional price the city must pay. The CRCA is rightly asking the city to get an independent peer review of the wetland remediation plan. Reviewers should be asked to provide assessments of possible alternative forms of remediation that center ecological needs and the preservation rather than the destruction of the wetland. Provincially significant wetlands are meant to be off limits to all forms of development. Coastal wetlands like the marsh are irreplaceable. They hold ecological and cultural significance. Are the contaminants in the Orchard Street marsh moving or are they stable? Do the contaminants show up in the vegetation, in the wildlife, in the water? What's the cost benefit analysis in terms of balancing toxicity, habitat loss, climate change mitigation of different potential forms of remediation? What cultural heritage associated with the Rideau Canal, Bell Park, Bell Island, and the North Kingstown neighborhood would be lost with the destruction of the marsh? Finally, if others have asked, how is this proposed massive engineering project going to be integrated with the proposed Parks Canada and Transport Canada project that is intended to address contamination in the river? The federal agencies clearly have concerns about this. These are difficult and complex questions. I encourage you not to be rushed. The implications of making a wrong and short-term decision are apparent in the land and water of the site itself. I appreciate the work by council and members of this committee to provide an additional opportunity for the public to ask questions at this third public meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that will bring us to the end of this round of questions and comments. Thank you everyone for your contribution. And we'll look to Mr. Barr to facilitate the response. And then I will make a ruling on what we're going to do next.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I invite the members from Patry to turn on their camera and answer the first round of comments.
Okay, yeah, okay, we're going to start. So there was, I think there's just one thing I need to address, and that was Matt brought up the drawing that we have that shows the contamination, and he mentioned that there was a green area down near where the tree is, and so he thought, well, that may indicate that there actually isn't contamination near the tree. But I just want to point out that the drawing that we showed there was only focused on 3 specific contaminants, and those were chromium, lead, and zinc. And so that area was shown as green, but in fact, there are other contaminants in that area where the tree is. And those are other metals consisting of cobalt, vanadium, and barium. And those are the ones that are present within the canopy of the tree. And we did testing specifically in that area and confirmed that we had exceedances there. So there is contamination under the tree, and our conclusions regarding the tree remain unchanged as a result of that. So I think that's it for me.
Okay. Sure. When we went through the EIA process, it was well understood that there would be a conflict with the proposal to fill in part of the wetland for the risk assessment process. Just to note, and it's not part of the EIA process to come to solution. I should point out that's an issue, and that process is being worked out. But perhaps to help people get through this a bit, most of that area will be converted to a green space. And for me, it's a choice between maintaining a site with extremely significant contamination. This is where all the stuff was dumped, was in those wetland cells. It's currently dominated, as I said before, by a non-native invasive plant species. It offers little in terms of those features that impart significance to the entire wetland. I've done many hundreds of wetland evaluations, including overseeing this one. So I really understand why this little bit is not that important to the overall whole. The 99.8% of the entire wetland will remain, including those parts of the wetland that really imparted the significance for the evaluation. So it's a checklist of step-by-step process. There's a bunch of features in there that we score, and the really big values for this wetland that stems from Kingston Mills to LaSalle Causeway are not here. They're mostly upstream north of the Bell Park.
Okay, thanks, Sean. Just a couple of things I'll speak to. So there have been discussions again about that kind of balancing development and natural areas. What is a reasonable amount and what, if anything, from some people's perspective. So I just wanted to highlight, I guess, the amount of green space on the site. So that, again, the property is about 30 acres. Between the northern and waterfront open space areas, there's about 9.5 acres of open space that would be available after remediation to be naturalized. So about a third of the site after remediation could be habitat creation, it's buffer lands, ecological transition zones to the wetland. So it's 1/3 of the site. And then within the development footprint itself, there's about 3 acres of green space, landscaped open space. So the site itself is not gray wasteland. There's significant green space again after cleanup, and then supplemental to that, the contaminated wetland that is being encapsulated is going to be replaced with healthy coastal wetland elsewhere in the watershed, which is a formal process that exists in Ontario to allow for wetland restoration, wetland recreation, where wetland is removed. Some of that happened with the third crossing project, where there was wetland restoration required off-site to account for some of the wetland PSW loss associated with the third crossing. But it is a unique situation in terms of having a contaminated PSW. It's not something that exists. That's why this is a unique planning policy circumstance in terms of having to deal with a contaminated PSW, because they don't exist in any kind of frequency throughout the province. So there's not really a protocol about how to deal with contaminated wetlands. Even if the city wanted, or an entity wanted, to clean up the wetland and go in and disturb it, to cap it particularly, that's not even something, even as a remediation exercise, not something that's allowed under the PPS, because you're then removing that wetland as part of the remediation. So just the point being that this is again a unique situation with respect to contaminated PSW. The last, I guess, and then related to that, the question from Mr. Lapp about development and remediation being put into one package. It's a conflict, or seemingly a conflict. And I guess what I can say to that is that that's the process by which remediation of contaminated industrial lands often happens, is that the development enables the cleanup of those lands, because that's how the very costly cleanup often is enabled, is that the development helps pay for that cleanup cost, or pay for part of it. And so it's rare to have cleanup happen in the absence of some sort of development, particularly on any kind of privately owned lands. And then just lastly, with respect to Mr. Hargrave's questions about stormwater management. So this is the third public meeting. So we have had more traditional style public meetings previously, where we did talk about more traditional planning actings, technical studies that were completed covering the whole range. And so this meeting was intended to focus on certain elements, but a stormwater assessment was done, and further detailed stormwater management will be done as part of the subdivision and site plan applications. But the 1955 air photo that was referenced, that shows, I guess, grading and site stormwater that no longer exists, because post 1955, the whole tannery site, the vast majority of it was entirely reshaped with the demolition of the existing industrial buildings. Fill was added, so those patterns of drainage that were seen in that photo are long since passed. And what's there today is what was, I guess, created post destruction of the old industrial buildings and the fill that happened at that time. And so there will be a stormwater management plan that's done that will prevent net increases in stormwater runoff. It'll avoid creating sedimentation from running off into the wetland to the north, or creating greater flows that would worsen any kind of outflows that happen from the marsh to the north. So that is all part and parcel of this process. It's just not something that we focused on tonight specifically. I think that's it for now.
Thank you, Mr. Tao. Quickly to Mr. Barr.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Mr. Tao's touched on all the comments I wanted to hit this evening, especially as it relates to stormwater management. The stormwater management report was submitted with the application, which has been under review by engineering services, with comments on that as part of technical review. And those comments will be part of any future comprehensive report, recognizing that we are at the stage of official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. So the stormwater management report looks at the feasibility of stormwater management on this site up to a certain point, and that the more detailed design of the system itself would be contemplated through the final plan of subdivision and site plan control process.
Thank you very much. All right, so it is now 9:45, and I'm going to look to the clerk for a moment. Ms. Fawcett, how many individuals have their hand up at this point?
Mr. Chair, at this time, we have 7 hands raised, which excludes those who are, my apologies, 6 hands raised, which excludes those who have already spoken.
Okay, thank you. Yes, we will not be entertaining repeat speakers during this meeting. However, with 6 remaining and our average time for rounds of questions, we're looking at 45 minutes to an hour. That would bring us just before 11. So I think we can move through those 6 people. However, Madam Clerk, can we do a final call for anyone to raise their hand, just so we get a sense if, in addition to that 6, there are anyone who would like to speak? That helps frame this too.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. So we'll do a final call at this time. So if there is anyone who's still remaining with us at this time who has not already had a chance to speak this evening and would still like to provide some comments to the application on the floor, if you could please raise your hand in Zoom so that we may identify you at this time. Again, if there's anyone who is still joining us via phone, that is pressing *9. Again, if there's anyone else who wishes to raise their hand, please do so now. And Mr. Chair, I just see 1 added hand at this time, so we're looking at 7 speakers.
Okay, that's fine. That's still within our regular practice. So we'll have 7 speakers offer their perspective, ask their questions and so forth, and then we'll go to responses as we just have. And then we'll recess at that point until next Thursday for committee questions. And we'll look forward to that at that time. But given the hour, we won't have time to do that tonight. So we'll wrap up with the public portion and look forward to committee next week. Who's first on our list of speakers?
Mr. Chair, next to speak is Donald Mitchell, followed by Robert McInnes.
Hello, good evening, everybody. So my name is Donald Mitchell. I live at 43 Gibson Avenue. I'm speaking tonight as a resident and board member of Sydenham District Association that's been liaising with the River First YGK, participating in their science and working committee meetings. First, I want to thank council and city staff for arranging another meeting. I also want to thank Mr. Patry and his team for doing another meeting. I think it's worthwhile. And my appreciation to the community of experts, scientists, and lay people with all these diverse perspectives. I support a lot of the concerns of many of the previous speakers. I do think it's been an iterative process, and I do think there have been some shifts and changes. I think the one example I'll show tonight is that one of the earlier meetings, I was very concerned to hear that there wasn't going to be long-term monitoring of some of the remediation. I believe what I heard tonight and what I saw on one of the slides is that there will be a long-term and maintenance of risk management measures, which I'm assuming looks at how all this performs going forward in the future. I just wanted to drill into one thing tonight. It's mostly for Mr. Shipley. That's my tip to you, that I have a number of questions. So concerning remediation of the contaminated sediments in the wetland, where the metal contamination in the sediment has been found in past studies to extend to depths of 4 meters or more below the surface of the sediment, primarily high monetary cost has been offered as the prohibitive constraint against ex situ remediation. And it was said to be approximately 16 to 24 million. And then additionally, it was said that a determination of the work's potential to be highly disruptive to the natural environment and in close connection to the river was also offered as a reason to discount ex situ remediation. So now I'll start some of my questions. How is the current proposed, or how is the current proposed theory to viably cap and remediate the north-south dividing boundary between the proposed estimated cap area and the proposed new provincially significant wetland limits? The boundary between the cap and the new wetland appears to run alongside the Kings Court storm sewer outlet. How does the ongoing relationship between the various and varying water flows and the presumably rising edge of the cap perform? How is the capping material's integrity maintained on its sloping end? And I'll example that not too long ago, while visiting my hometown, a tailings pond breached and released 10 billion liters of wastewater into the lakes and rivers in the area around Prince George, BC. With the groundwater on the tannery site and in XCG's materials, it appears there's already indications that the water moves easterly, but it also really kind of moves southwest to northeast on the site. Is there any potential that portions of the capped area of the half remediated wetland could ever dislodge? And then going in a different direction, also looking at this ex situ choice, similar to the tailings pond that doesn't have a breach, if the river's edge of the wetland were fully dammed, silt screened and protected, could human error, equipment failure, and storm events be fully mitigated to allow for a complete ex situ remediation of all contamination from the entire wetland? And then I wanted to know what is meant by, and I quote, the placement of capping material within the wetland would occur over areas of contamination determined to have greater concentrations than those currently present within the Cataraqui River to the immediate east of the site. If the Kingston Inner Harbor project remediates contamination, is it possible that we would have uncapped areas of the wetland that are unremediated that could potentially shift into a now remediated harbor? And will stormwater be managed entirely in a zone above the cap? And where does it exit the site and enter the larger waterways? Will it be managed like by swales and channels, or will it be piped underground but still above the cap?
30 seconds, please.
Thank you. And is there a drainage layer or a pipe incorporated above the cap or in the very, very top of the cap to allow for snow melt and storm water and that type of stuff to never be able to penetrate down? And then how does the remediation perform throughout the evolution of the project from its inception and through all the different phases? Can later construction or undeveloped portions be at risk to the integrity of the capping? And one final thing, just
That's 5 minutes, Mr. Mitchell. I'm sorry to interrupt, but
yeah, no worries. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And I believe it was Mr. McInnes, Madam Clerk.
That is correct, Mr. Chair. Robert McInnes should be next to speak.
Can you hear me? Great. I live at 278 Sydenham Street, quite close to the property. I can see how tired you look and how tired I am. And so I'm only going to ask two questions. One's to do with bird migration. This is the bay in front of the tannery, between the tannery and the Bell Island, is a place where waterfowl come in regularly. And I wonder if there's any study of what the impact of this development and the construction and the population that will live there on this waterfowl. The other thing I want to talk about, I want to talk about lots of things, but I'm going to send those in. There's a piece of wetland that's close to Rideau Street. And other people have shown it on the map. And this is never shown on any of the diagrams that show the wetland. And I'm wondering why. I have noticed that there's an inflow that comes under the K&P trail that comes onto the site, and it is usually orange in color, and it also shows signs of oil pollution, you know, by having a multicolored, quite beautiful pattern on the top of the water. Anyway, I want to know why this is not part of the examination and if it's going to be. Thank you very much for your time. I'm sure you're going to like to go to bed soon, just like I would. Good night.
Thank you there, Mr. McInnes. Madam, I think I might have found the magic feature to see who's next. Is it Miss O'Hara?
That is correct, Mr. Chair, yes.
Excellent.
Hello, can you hear me? The usual question? Okay. I didn't realize I was next. So let me see here. Councilors and staff, my name is Kathleen O'Hara, apartment 1002, 91 King Street East, Kingston. I'm a member of No Clear Cuts in Kingston. I'd like to start actually by supporting Rachel Plotkin's comments that J. Patry's proposal takes advantage of past environmental mistakes. We contaminate nature and then claim that the only way to deal with it is to destroy it entirely. The first time I spoke to City Council was in the late 1980s. The city, under Mayor Gary Bennett, wanted to sell our historic Frontenac County Courthouse to Queens for its School of Business. At that time, I commented that this plan reflected the thinking of people who know the price of everything and the value of nothing. Every time I walk past our courthouse, I'm thankful that so many Kingstonians fought to save it. Today, I'm equally thankful to the many people trying to save a vibrant urban forest from being destroyed. However, what started as a fight to save 1,800 trees from developer J. Patry's plan to clear cut, bulldoze, and pave has grown into a battle to save Kingston's mature, carbon sequestering trees generally. As we face a growing climate crisis, people across the city are fed up with past and proposed clear cuts. Walnut Grove, Eunice Drive, Bright Crescent, the Johnson Street Corridor, 1177 Montreal, and more. It's also about quality of life. Recently, City Council approved the removal of 2,266 trees in order to build the new Ecological factory. They even invoked the minister's zoning order because city staff said there was a need to rush. Is this a precedent? After 50 years, there is certainly no need to rush when it comes to the complex and controversial issues surrounding Patry's tannery proposal. Given what we've heard tonight, that would be irresponsible. It's already been mentioned how MZOs are being abused, but I'd like to read a warning by the group Environmental Defense. Quote, a law passed last December and another set for third reading April 1st are transferring MZOs into weapons of mass destruction, sweeping aside flood and wetland protection and virtually every other safeguard, unquote. As mentioned, city staff have suggested that an MZO is one way of proceeding with Patri's proposal. One argument given in favor of the tannery clear-cut by Patri and city staff is that the city needs to intensify, build more housing. We agree. We have identified several treeless fields equally central along Montreal Street that are ripe for housing, shops, and community spaces with no clear cuts or sprawl. For this reason, we are holding a public meeting on April 20th entitled, "What's Your Vision for North Kingstown?" We want to enable citizens to envision something called gentle density, walkable, mixed, affordable green density, something this city needs. Sadly, Jay Patri's proposal is none of these things. It will be brutal density, crowded, mind-numbingly uniform, and treeless. Imagine the number of CO2 emitting air conditioners residents will need. Finally, we citizens rely on city staff and council to make wise, safe decisions for us. Any remediation of the toxic complex tannery site so close to the river, Bell Park, Bell Island, and homes must be conducted with extreme care. It is the city's responsibility to ensure that whoever undertakes this challenge has a history of best practices and an unblemished record of handling
30
toxic
seconds.
materials. We've heard about safeguards tonight, but I, for one, am not convinced that harm won't be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next on the list is Miriam Benally. Okay, seeing no action on that front. Megan Quinn. Oh, I apologize. There is Miriam's hand. After you, you have 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I think there might be an issue with Ms. Benally's audio as she is unmuted, but we cannot hear her. So perhaps if we go to Ms. Quinn and see if we can fix Ms. Benally's audio.
Sounds like a plan. Absolutely.
Hello, have I got that? Okay, looks good. Sweet. I think my thoughts were slightly more collected earlier, but alas, I'm a human too, and it's late, so my thoughts are kind of jumbled. But my main concerns with the proposal here are regarding the idea of access, not just to the affordability of housing, but also the literal physical access. Is there going to be continuation of sidewalks? Is there going to be continuation of bike lanes? And how are we going to guarantee that these kind of important and policy directed initiatives are followed through? I see that there was the changes recently to the community improvement process and obtaining benefits for the community. And I see that in this particular development, it seems that there's going to be a large benefit to the developer, which it's a remediation work, which is going to be expensive. And according to these reports, seems to be very involved. And at the same time, we have no way to guarantee that the community, the neighbors, the folks whose neighborhood that is are going to be able to benefit. You know, how are we going to make sure that those sidewalks are put in? How are we going to make sure that, you know, once somebody gets to the site, they can survive it without shade from the trees? Maybe it's going to be too hot. And I suppose I'm speaking from the point of view of somebody who has been inadequately housed in the past and who has dealt with, you know, firsthand the affordability issues in the city. And if housing's not accessible and affordable to even disabled folks, you know, women who are sole heads of households, you know, who are going to be biking to and from work perhaps. You know, what are we doing to make sure that every person who needs to be housed in the city is going to be able to be housed? I worry that in developing market units and not affordable units, even though it's a council priority, wasn't it 25% affordability was the goal for the Kingston Municipal Housing and Homelessness Reduction Plan? I don't have the number on me, but in any case, I'm concerned that there's not a guarantee that the community outside of the developer and perhaps the long-term economic goals of the city, but we're also people who are here and now who have, you know, stories and families and connections here and now, and we just want to make sure that we're being seen. So this is quite the jumble of topics, from access to affordability to green space to, you know, inclusion, and I just wanted to be sure that that got spoken to tonight, and including us in part of the, you know, process is important. So being heard and being listened to on this regard by the committee is a lovely opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking the opportunity to share your thoughts. Next on the list is Ms. Benally. We have the tech sorted out on that end.
Hi, can you hear me now?
We can, thank you.
Perfect, thanks. I wanted to say a few things, one of which was about the plan to construct a wetland in an alternate location. I just think that's woefully inadequate. I don't know if anyone on the committee has seen a reconstructed wetland or a constructed wetland. They have about as much in common with a complex renaturalized ecosystem as, say, a old growth food forest has with like an agricultural monocrop kind of situation. And yeah, I just think the tannery as it is a complex ecosystem. I know that people have been saying, oh, there's only invasive plants, it doesn't matter, but I don't think that distinction between invasive and non-invasive is the most important thing. I think that area is a habitat for countless species and is the kind of wild green space that is just irreplaceable. And I just think the planning committee has an opportunity to put forward a more forward-thinking planning paradigm of leaving this brownfield as it is, contamination notwithstanding, because replacing it with a large development, and the scale of the development, by the way, seems to only be so large because the sort of the level of development required to justify the cost of the remediation that would make such a development acceptable is so high. It's ridiculous is what it is. This development is unnecessary. J. Patry does not need more profits, in my opinion. And the planning committee and the people of Kingston shouldn't be making decisions about the continued existence of this wetland and all of the species that live and all of the people that use it and all of the animals that use it and live there and move through there for the profits of some developer. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I see next Mr. Armitage. I believe that is a different John Armitage than spoke earlier in the presentation. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, I believe so. Perhaps if we could just check in with John Armitage here to see if he is speaking as a member of the public.
Mr. Armitage, just confirming your identity that you didn't speak earlier as part of the proponent's presentation. Okay, seeing no movement there. Madam Clerk, who do we have next? Two more people?
Mr. Chair, next to speak is Elsbeth Lempler.
Hello.
Hi, perfect. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to work out how to get onto this, but I guess I have. Oh, right. Well, I'm just going to be very brief. My name's Elspeth Lamplu. My address is 1639 Batto Lane, Highway 2, Gananoque, in the direction of Gananoque. I just want to ask Mr. Patry a direct question, which is how many affordable housing units is he proposing to make in this development? Because someone in the last set of people talking was speaking about this, and I believe our
Ms. Lampley, we may have lost you. So if you can hear me, we'll wait a moment or two and you can try to speak again.
Sorry.
There we are.
Okay, so when did I get my direct question in to Mr.
We
Patry?
did hear the direct question and it cut out almost exactly after that.
Okay, sorry. Yes, so I just wanted to know about the affordable housing, because to me that is that's the sort of housing that Kingston needs. It doesn't need any more luxury housing. And then I hear that various people living in tents are going to be chucked out of the tannery in order to do this development. And I just think, what are we doing? How is it that this affluent and beautiful city allows there to be beggars in the street and people living in tents, and then are talking about luxury developments like this, major big developments like this one that's proposed at the tannery? So I just want to ask Mr. Patry, how many affordable housing units is he intending to build in his development? And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad we could make that work. So our last speaker on the list is Mr. Armitage. Looking for Mr. Armitage.
I think you have John's name on my account. My name is Steve Lutz.
Oh, okay. That's probably
So
it.
that's,
Probably
yeah,
okay. Okay, you
Sorry.
can have the time, no problem. Just
Thanks, yeah.
name and address, please.
Yeah, I'm Stephen Lutz. I live at 141 James Street. So I live pretty close to the area, and I spent a lot of time around the Cataraqui, and I know the water really well. I'm in support of it for a few reasons. So first, the remediation I think is really important as part of the risk protection from the potential for more contaminants to move towards the river in the event of these high waters and the erosion that's happening. I also feel it's a step forward towards a solution to some of the urgent need for housing, some affordable housing. And I'm confident that the increase in supply is going to have a positive effect on the affordability opportunities for people. More housing is positive. Supply and demand affects the rent, and seeing we see it directly with our current supply being so low. It's forcing the rents up. I also feel that the density will help mitigate some of the urban sprawl and actually provide an opportunity for more people to be able to go down and use that property and enjoy it. And my last point, I think, is I think it's important for all of us who are fortunate enough to have a home to remember that the homes that we're on are probably on properties that were once a farm or a forest. And now that we're settled and comfortable, I think it's unfair to think that others shouldn't be able to be afforded some development of safe and affordable housing. I think we're a little short-sighted about that. That's all I have.
Thank you very much, and well under 5 minutes. So I see a few additional hands going up. I'm going to ask for a final call for hands to go up. Not that we'll be able to speak because I've already made my ruling that we'll get responses and go to a recess until next week. But I'm trying to gauge how many members of the public still wish to speak, because if we need to incorporate that into next week, that's obviously a possibility, because that's what we're here to hear from members of the public, because we're at a public meeting. Are there any other of the attendees left who wish to speak? Okay, I'm seeing additional hands pop up. And a reminder that we won't entertain repeat speakers. But given the time and the fact that we still need to have responses, it looks like next week we will have an opportunity to hear from the public as well before we go to the committee, which definitely reinforces the need for a recess at this point, but not before we hear from the applicant and staff in response to this last round of the evening of public questions. So Mr. Barr, over to you.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. So as we've been practicing so far, I'll turn this over to Patrick Inc. to start us off, and then we will answer any additional questions.
Just a couple of points. Robert McInnes asked a question of migratory waterfowl. Based on the criteria thresholds, the migratory waterfowl stopover was recognized as a significant feature within the wildlife habitat category VIA for the Cataract River between the 401 and the Salt Causeway. So that would include the area in front of the Davis Tannery. From an impact perspective, migratory waterfowl are well recognized for their tolerance to nearby human presence. And just an example, the existing significant wildlife waterfowl stopover in the Cataract River, next to built-up areas. My favorite spot is Elevator Bay, next to the busy Front Road and development. It's also a significant waterfowl stopover. So they are tolerant, so the tannery is not seeing its impact. A good point to make, though, is waterfowl during their stopover period do a lot of their foraging in the sediments, and because the sediments from the tannery and around it are contaminated and continue to be contaminated, any kind of effort to reduce that impact is seen as a benefit to waterfowl. Miriam Benelli asked about wetland creation. Wetland creation has become extremely sophisticated in the last 10 years. Many of the new wetland creation projects that have been undertaken actually have shown to provide greater biodiversity and better wetland features and functions than exist sort of in extant wetlands. So it's certainly possible to produce something far superior than what's being lost.
Sure. Okay, so the main thing I needed to address was a number of questions from Don Mitchell. Don got quite detailed with his questions, so I'll try to answer, but I may not be able to provide enough detail to answer all of it. So Don had a question about the wetland remediation possibility. And he pointed out correctly that there's contamination in the wetland extending down as deep as 4 meters below the ground. And one thing he wondered was whether if you were to dam up the river's edge, whether you could work away in the wetland and remediate all of that material. I think it would be very difficult to do that, certainly extremely costly. But also in terms of feasibility and management, it would be very difficult given the requirement to manage the water that would be infiltrating into the excavation when you're trying to dig in a water inundated area, the dewatering. So it would be quite a significant challenge there, and it would be very, very disruptive to the area. And would pose a risk in terms of possible escape of that contamination. It would require quite a bit of effort in terms of control measures to try to prevent that. So it's actually much less disruptive and much safer to put encapsulation in place instead. Now he also wondered how the limit was decided. as to where the wetland cap would end and the new boundary of the PSW would begin. And basically, what we did is we looked at where the most severe contamination was. And we also took into consideration the level of concentrations of contamination in the sediment in the river. And with the concept that we didn't want to have a risk of worsening the sediment quality in the river, we looked at putting a cap over the areas that had concentrations greater than what we were seeing in the river. So that was kind of the rationale there, as well as consideration of where the wetland appeared to be more healthy in terms of biodiversity of plants and animals and aquatic organisms. So we tried to preserve those areas where there was better biodiversity, which tended to be the areas that were towards the east and towards where the river is. He had a question about how the stormwater would be handled and would there be a risk to damage to the integrity of the encapsulation layer over the wetland. So the answer to that is that we're looking at the stormwater that comes in on the west side of the wetland area would, in our design, the preliminary design that we've come up with, would be piped through underneath the cap in a stormwater pipe, sort of an extended stormwater pipe, and would then discharge at the new boundary of where the PSW starts. So there wouldn't be a significant amount of stormwater originating to the west of the site running over top of the cap. The only stormwater running on top of the cap essentially would be the rain that falls on the cap itself. So there wouldn't be too much, and there wouldn't be too much of a risk to damaging the cap. The cap would be designed, of course, to resist erosion. It would have a layer of topsoil and then native plant species planted on top of it for the roots to hold the topsoil in place. And then as well, there'd be an inspection program in perpetuity to inspect the cap and make sure that it was staying in good condition over time. And I think that pretty well covers, I may have missed something, but I think that covers the bulk of Don's questions.
All right. Yeah, thanks, Kevin. And I would say too, for those listening, if there's specific comments such as Don's that are highly detailed, if you do submit them, we can look to respond to those in writing as well to provide a greater level of detail if that's helpful. Rob, was there anything further you were going to say? No, okay. There was a question about access to the site, continuation of sidewalks, bike lanes, and that type of infrastructure. So yes, that will be done. It will be done through the subdivision and site plan process. So there would be a requirement from the city to create new sidewalks, to continue existing sidewalks, the KMP trail connection, et cetera. And all that would be required through both the subdivision approval and the site plan approval. So that would be provided for. There has been a number of questions about housing, affordable housing impacts, et cetera, and just being cognizant of the time. I can provide a brief answer, but maybe it's something also that we can plan to speak to next week in greater detail when it's not as late. So the tannery is proposed to provide a full range of market housing, I'll say, and part of the change that happened in the last few months is to also provide smaller units, more affordable units in terms of a greater range of the housing product that's available for rental, for example. So smaller bachelors that would be kind of entry level into that housing market. Affordable housing partners such as the city and CMHC usually have particular requirements. CMHC right now is really focused on sending funding to projects that are fast tracked for development that council can get approved and that are going to be constructed very quickly. So that type of funding doesn't really assist with subsidized housing for this site because it will take some time. And then city funding, that's always an option, and discussions with the housing department are always on the table. But again, the city also has a number of housing projects that they're focusing on, both themselves and other private partners. So I'll maybe leave it at that for tonight, but
I'll say a couple words.
Okay.
I just wanted to quickly say thank you to everybody for spending time tonight to give us your feedback on our project. I did hear a lot of people concerned about climate emergency, and it's something that I take seriously as well. The last 2 buildings we've built are 25% below the National Energy Code requirements. The next 3 that we have planned are similar, and we anticipate doing this on this project as well. I'm the largest provider of rooftop solar in Kingston. We anticipate putting solar on top of the project we just finished, and we anticipate putting solar on top of this. We've got a number of constructive feedback from people, and we'll look to incorporate that into our plans and see what we can do to address some of their concerns. And thank you everybody for your time.
Thank you, and through you, thank you, and it is late. So thank you, and through you, Chair. I just wanted to reiterate from Mr. Tao's comments about physical access to the site. He did mention how that would be integrated through the subdivision and site planning process. Additionally, there would be an extension to the waterfront trail as well across the frontage of the site in accordance with the waterfront master plan at the time of the park designing stage. So this site will be fully integrated and connected, should it be approved, and move to those next stages with the wider network in the city.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Barr. I see a point of order from Councillor Hill.
I think there was one question, I don't know if it got answered, but it was the one about the discolored water that was channeling from the north part of the site onto the site, and what was going to happen with that. Did that get responded to? I don't recall that.
Perhaps a clarification is in order.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I wrote that down as a comment to bring up to our stormwater engineers as part of the review to see if that was addressed about any sort of land water infiltration from the western side of the site and how that's being accounted for. I don't necessarily have an answer tonight. I would look to Mr. Patry and his group to see if maybe they have a response. If not, that's what we can look into with our stormwater group.
Thank you. That's great.
Yeah, so just I guess quickly on that, we checked around the room, and that was a question we had heard, and we actually didn't have an answer because we weren't quite sure where the outfall or where the stormwater flow is coming from. There is an outfall, a city outfall to the north of the site, but we're not aware of any specific outfall or any other kind of continuous stream across the site other than that city outfall to the north. So if we can get clarity on what that one is, maybe from the member of the public who asked, I'm happy to look at it.
Excellent, thank you. I see your hand up. Just reminding committee, we'll do our questions after, but if you have a point of order, I can take that. Councillor Hudson, was that a point of order?
I just wanted to clarify what was going on there. That water that Mr. McGinnis is talking about comes from Keating's pasture under the road into the site that we're discussing tonight. And it's orange most of the time. So it's been a matter of, he's brought up to me, and I don't think we ever got an answer for that question.
Okay, and I think that committee, when we reconvene in 163.5 hours, which is a week's time, minus the 4.5 hours that we've been going, I think we can follow up on some of these questions and make moderate comments at that point, again, recognizing that there's still technical review to come and we're not dealing with a recommendation, but we're kind of probing this site to see how it would be best used. So with that said, point of order from Councillor Neal. Yes.
Just very quickly, can we remind people that a recess means that the people who have already spoken will not be getting a second opportunity? However, anybody is welcome to send anything in writing, and it will be treated as official correspondence.
Absolutely. Spoken like a former chair. Very good.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Okay, so the recess is on. We'll look forward to reconvening on the 31st at 6 p.m. on Zoom. And staff, like always, will be able to facilitate getting the link out and having individuals sign up. And like Councillor Neal said, the continual process of submitting work, oh, there it is right there, to the senior planner or to the committee clerk is more than welcome. And I want to thank everyone as well for their attention and their participation. It's great to see this level of engagement and for really productive comments and responses throughout. So looking forward until next week. Thank you, everyone.